I am off the mute, and we are gonna start the meeting. Click your name tag and everything is right over there. And I'm gonna start this recording on the Zoom.
Recording in progress.
All right, so for those of you on the Zoom, I'm thinking you can probably see us. We are not actually looking at you, except I'm looking at you. But we have some technology that's not quite connected to all the right places. So we're just relying on your voices today, not necessarily your faces. But if you can't see us or have a problem, just drop something in the chat for me to pay attention to. All right, so let me go down my list today. Thanks everybody for being here. We had some ethics training that you guys have all taken, I think now, for Stacy and Tim this morning. And thanks for being part of that. So if you notice on the agenda, I'm gonna go through a few random things and then we'll get started into our official meeting. For this morning, we don't really have any official breaks scheduled until we get our lunches together. So if you feel like you need to get up and walk around or use the bathroom, just do that at your leisure. So the bathroom is right outside this door and to the left. But there's plenty of space and time for you to walk around and do what you need to do since we don't have any breaks scheduled.
Is the door going to be open or locked?
It's locked, but the lady out there will let us in. Yeah. So for your lunches, somebody will be going and collecting those and they'll be back here by 11:30 for those of you that ordered ahead of time. If you have cash and are able to pay me at some point, that would be great. Otherwise, at your convenience, and if it doesn't become convenient, well, lucky you. So lodging receipts, I got a couple from you, which is great. If you have lodging receipts you haven't given me, do that before you leave today. For those of you that didn't have lodging but will have mileage, I will probably do that based on what I can know from where you traveled. But if I feel confused and not sure how many trips you made here and there, I'll probably ask you, but otherwise I'll handle your mileage.
Dara,
Yes, sir.
do we get mileage for being part of the shuttle yesterday as well?
Yep. And any miles you drive.
Not any miles, Mike.
That's true, Mike.
In the performance of our duties
I
as officials, as members of these teams, having been appointed by the president through the secretary.
Yeah. Okay, so I did bring a really good plane today. It's my Alaska airplane, not my paper airplane. So for those of you that are new, sometimes I use that as a little bit of keeping you guys on track. So if you see me raise my airplane, that means whatever you're talking about, you need to land that plane. And we'll kind of wrap it up and move forward in our conversation, or at least recap what you're saying and see what else is out there. Other than that, I want to do some introductions for everybody, and then we'll go through the agenda and get moving into our day. So you guys will notice we have two folks here today that we haven't seen yet. So Stacy Davies is back on the council. Some of you know and have worked with before, and he's representing grazing permittees. And then we have Tim O'Crowley for his first in business session, and he's representing wild horse management. So we'll go around and introduce ourselves, including the audience, as well as you folks on the Zoom, and then we'll get started onto our agenda. So I'm Tara Thistle, and I work here at the BLM in public affairs, and I've been here for about 23 years. And I'm also the facilitator for the SMAC and do a few other different things.
I'm Jeff Rose. I'm district manager here and the designated federal official for the SMAC.
For 2 more weeks.
Stacy Davies, grazing permittee representative. I manage Roaring Springs Ranch.
Pete Reynolds from Burns, and I represent commercial recreation, and that ties to Steens Mountain Running Camp. Well, this will be my 31st year, and my wife's year to cook.
My name is Cliff Opie. I'm the dispersed recreation representative on the SMAC.
I'm Jake Jakubic, representing the state of Oregon, no financial interest, and I'm on my second go around on the committee. See how that works out. I'm also a rural ranch host from time to time.
Butch Getty, mechanized consumptive recreation. I live in Bend.
Tim O'Crowley, I'm representing the Wild Horse Burros. I live in Bend.
Karen Withrow, state
environmental representative. Callie Wilson, and I'm a grazing committee representative.
Teresa Wicks, local environmental representative.
Lee Foster, state government liaison. Did I get it right that time?
You got it.
Oh, that's good. And I'm the district wildlife biologist for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife here in town.
Don Rotel, Andrew Steens, field manager, Burns District. Yellow.
Mike Fox, landowner. I live in Prineville and French Glen.
Andy, you want to go from back there?
Andy Daniels, Andrew Steens, assistant field manager for renewals.
Rand?
Rand Campbell, private landowner.
Carla Hagel, IRA coordinator for Burns District.
Mark Sabo with Oregon Natural Revenue Association.
Kyle Water, assistant field manager, Andrew Steens, for resources.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, we'll go through you folks on the Zoom. For everybody else in the room, the OWL microphones are pretty good, but just remember to try to speak up, especially if you are of the quieter type, Callie and Pete, at least for sure. So Pat O'Grady, how about you go first?
Pat O'Grady, archaeologist, Steens Andrews.
Pat also had a little bit to do with the Rim Rock Draw Rock Shelter.
Hmm.
Bill Marlette, go ahead. All right, we'll come back to you, Bill. Lorna, go ahead. You guys are all on mute. I don't know how to unmute you.
Hi there. I'm Lorna Torrey Palermo with All Advocates for Wild Equines. And we just spent a wonderful weekend out there and love the mountain, but it was a live and learn experience. Wonderful to see you all. And I'm looking forward to this meeting today, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Lorna. Janelle.
Hi, I'm Janelle Garso. I have a Mustang sanctuary in California.
Let's see, Bill, are you able to come off mute yet? And again, it looks like Tanea.
Tanea Jewel, my mic doesn't work well, so can you enable the chat, please?
Yes, it looks enabled on my end, but I'll see if I can do something else. And we can hear you really well.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, I'm back. This is Bill, Oregon Natural Desert Association. Sorry about the mute.
Thanks, Bill. Val, are you there? Or Teresa? TJ? Okay, if you come off mute, eventually you can introduce yourself at your leisure. Okay, I think the chat is activated also, Tanea. All right, that looks like our introductions for everybody. Thanks again for being here. Let's go through the agenda. For those of you on the Zoom, the presentations that we give over PowerPoint won't be shown on your screen, but I'm going to share the link to our documents online, and you can just go to that presentation online and look at it on your own computer as you want to follow along. So the first thing on our agenda is our field trip recap, which I'll start that off with Mike at some point, and then the rest of you can go around and add what you feel from the field trip yesterday. We'll have our designated federal official and field managers reports following that. Then we'll do our Bridge Creek EIS update, and Andy, who introduced himself in the back of the room, is going to tag team that with Dawn. Cal is going to give us a presentation on the Inflation Reduction Act projects, and Kyle is also going to be sharing some information about some of the stuff we talked about yesterday that could also be tied into our IRA. Our lunches will get here and we'll get ourselves settled and eating back in. we're going to talk a little bit about one of your strategic initiatives. I think it's actually probably going to morph into a conversation about your reasonable access document instead of conflicting act language, which is fine. So that will be the conversation around noon. This afternoon, we did have part of your strategic plan for skills and knowledge be devoted to a presentation from Burns Paiute Tribe, which will not be happening. They are not available at any point in the past few days to come and do that. So we will either end early or fill up our time with some other discussion. Are there any questions about the agenda?
There's nothing wrong with ending early.
I'm not afraid to end early either. Okay, let me put this in the chat really quick so you guys can go to those documents if you need to. And we will start with Mike, who can give us his taste of the field trip yesterday with a good recap of where we went, what we talked about, so everybody on the Zoom is aware.
Well, we had a great time driving through French Glen, escaping most of the mosquitoes, and went up to a potential horse camp site not too far from Fish Lake, and had what I consider to be an outstanding presentation by Kirk Davies of the Agricultural Research Center here in Burns on use of grazing and fire management. He gave us quite a bit of an excellent discussion of the use of cattle and the tool for managing fine fuels and how that all works. And I think that was something that is always a good refresher for those of us who are even halfway familiar with it. So I want to send a big thank you to Kirk for that. We also then went up South Steens to near the site of the Great Boulder disaster that was blocking the Rooster Comb part of the loop road, and Kyle gave us a good presentation. Well, every bit as good as Kirk's, I guess I should say, an excellent presentation on the ins and outs and the problems of getting the road opened, the details of which I'll pass over, but it's essentially that we gotta wait till it gets done and then it will be done right. And then we went to Riddle Ranch, which is always fun. Met what was particularly interesting to me at the Riddle Ranch was that the current caretakers who are there, CC and Greg, I believe their names are going to be there for 5 weeks, as opposed to the usual 2-week stint. But what's most interesting about it is that CC is a member of the Riddle family, and one of her great type grandfathers was the brother of the Riddle Ranch brothers. So she's a collateral relative. She's a longtime Oregonian. Her family is an Oregon Trail family, having come across and up the Applegate Trail and then settled on the west side in the town of Riddle, that's not too far from Roseburg. And then the brothers made it over the hill into Paradise here in Harney County and established Little Brothers Ranch. She has some wonderful photographs, historic photographs that are family photographs of the Riddle Brothers Ranch area from the time of her of the brothers, and all sorts of interesting documents. It was fascinating to visit with her, and I just can't think of a better thing to have there as a camp breeder, whatever there's caretaker, than somebody like Cece. She's just so enthusiastic about the whole thing, and I know that she's a great asset for the district in its management of the Riddle Ranch. So that's all I have.
Who else wants to chime in from yesterday? Jake?
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed as a caretaker that she has done a fabulous job on the old ranch house. It is just so presentable. I would walk in there and say, okay, I'll sweep the floor and I'm getting out of here. It really looks nice. It's really an invitational thing for visitors. She's just done a superb job of it. And he has made some changes in the plumbing system out there that's really welcome. We've had issues with water disposal and things like that. And, yeah, it's really, it turned out to be a pretty nice place to visit. So they've done a good, super job.
Yeah, they have. Who else wants to add their input from yesterday?
The only thing I would say is I'm going to agree that the grazing and fire management discussion was fantastic. And that's the kind of thing that you wish that the public would have access to that information. There's so many assumptions out there and misconceptions about grazing and fire and, you know, and it's just too bad that those kinds of messages can't be available to the public more often, I guess I would say.
I really appreciated the visit to Moon Hill. Seeing a beautiful site I hadn't seen before, but then it helped me understand the need for an equestrian camp there, because I hadn't really realized that before. And then the grazing part was very good. I was almost wishing I had this one-page summary handout to go along with it. You know, that would have helped a great deal, and I still would love to have one if that would be available.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And a picture of the slip joint flyers.
That's pretty good.
You
need to bring a visual one.
A visual next time.
Next time.
With regard,
They make a pretty good hammer too.
They are a multifunctional tool.
with regard to the grazing issue, Karen, you might remember that I wrote a letter to SMAC a year ago, having attended the workshop that was given out at the research center site off of Highway 20. What do you call that station? The field station?
The Northern Great Basin Experimental Range.
Experimental station that kind of has a lot of things that that Kurt brought out yesterday, and that might be worthy of putting back up for review, because it was quite the fire hose presentation that I got out there all day long. But a lot of that information was in that letter that I sent out last July, June or July sometime, because that's when that presentation was. Oh, so it's floating around someplace in your mailbox.
Okay.
So all that information is publicly available through the experiment station. And some of the stuff that Kirk talked about is published in certain locations. And they do public outreach, and they do it better than a lot of other experiment stations do. But again, it's like a lot of stuff, you have to go find it and ask for it. And it's not something that to the general public very often, so. But we can see if we can help fix that, at least get you guys hooked up to some of the info.
Well, it might be good to just put on our website too. Because it's something that comes up right under the topics that often come up, and just have links to it and say, you know, grazing is always an issue. Here's some scientific research.
Okay.
I'll talk with Tara about an idea, we'll see. If we
Yeah.
I would have liked better, a little more information around the grazing and how, because there were some caveats to what he was saying, because he kept saying moderately invaded, which is like an important caveat to the data. I think, so like, I think I personally would have liked a little bit better understanding of how prescribed fire potentially fits with any of that work around grazing. Like, is prescribed fire a hard no, which I know in a lot of our forests is a pretty big fight to get prescribed fire. So like, for me, I think having a more complete understanding of how grazing is being used to manage fine fuels and like how that interacts with the fact that fire is a natural part of these systems and like, I don't know, strategic ways fire is being used and all of those things, kind of in combination with grazing. Or if it's not, then not at all, but, yeah. it depends.
The ag station does an annual tour. I don't know exactly when it is, I forget.
It's in June sometime.
June, and they always do some really neat presentations, but very specific to the Steens. If you have interest in that, we'll get Kirk and we'll go tour the mountain. Because to really get to that point, it'll take a day or some considerable time. And a lot of the research that Kirk and some of his coworkers have done are on the mountain. And so we'll go look. I'll drive you around.
Kind of back to the origin of the presentation yesterday we got from Kirk too. I just remind that we did have Jamie McCormick at the previous SMAC meeting. Should have given an overview of range administration regulations, the grazing regulations. And then paired with that, the intent was to give you guys a good background for comment on the draft DIS for Bridge Creek and then the final.
I'm thinking that we could ask at Brittle Ranch those kind of questions all the time. And, sometimes I just make it up, but it'd be nice to have some of that information condensed and packaged up and sent out to the caretakers so they can explain that if people care to do that. We're basically just caretakers, but you can't help but involve in those kind of conversations. And it'd be nice to be better informed.
The Moon Hill equestrian place, is that the same one's been being talked about where there's troubles drilling?
And Kyle's gonna have more about it in his PowerPoint, so that'd be great. Anybody else put things from yesterday or anybody on the Zoom have a question about yesterday?
I was happy to learn what the pipes up at Moon Hill are. I've been up there several times and been like, I don't understand what these are. Like, why are they here? How did they get here? And so yesterday, when you guys were talking about the well, I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's a real weird spot to find all these big.
They're still there because they're really, really heavy.
Yeah. They look heavy, which is part of why I'm like, how did they get here? Why are they here?
They're going to be determined as historic value and just lay there.
They lay there long enough.
If they lay there long enough, they'll probably disappear on their own.
Well, that's true. Good point.
They're worth a lot of money.
Yeah, well casing.
So years ago, we used to do a treatment in the juniper and sage was an anchor chain, You use an anchor chain, and then the chains are 90-pound, 100-pound links a piece, and they're between two cats. And we used to leave the chain just sitting out in the field when we did that, and we loaned the chain to Lakeview to do a chaining. And they called us and say, "Hey, we got some bad news. Somebody has cut the chain out and taken some of the links out of it." And so, just over time, well, because the scrap metal was worth so much too. And so just when you think it's safe to go to the forest, it's when someone gets shot. So maybe we'll see if we can get those pipe moved out for a number of reasons. Mostly just being a good steward of the public resources. Okay. Now that everybody knows they're there, right? Now that we put it on the public meeting.
That's what Jeff's gonna do when he retires.
That's right. That was my retirement plan right there.
All right, if we're good on the field trip, we can move into the designated federal officials update. We'll start with Jeff and then we can go to Don.
Mine's gonna be pretty short, and it's not because I don't care, but it's just because I don't have a lot to give. You guys have seen a lot, you'll get a lot today in general. Just from the district standpoint, as we continue to work on hiring and we continue to move to fill holes in different areas. And it's a moving target. A lot of times there's lots of opportunity and there's a lot of folks moving around. We've picked up some staff that are going to be a real benefit to us. We've picked up Lisa Foster as a botanist. And we filled that hole. That hole was vacant for a long time. We have Angie Yost as a forester. Yes, we have trees and we need a forester, so we have a forester on staff, and that's great. And she'll get that program up moving again. We have what else we picked up? We're advertising right now for the geologist position that has been vacant, and I'm sorry, we have not advertised. We're in the process of hiring, so we have names and we're interviewing and doing that. Bill Drott's working on that.
Deanna.
Oh, and Deanna Sprague is our new hydrologist, fisheries biologist. So, we still have one to fill. Alec Barber, if you remember, she's not replacing Alex, she's replacing somebody else. So we're in the process of trying to fill in behind Alec too. So things are moving, and things are getting better. But like I said, it's because there's a lot of opportunity. Folks are also leaving. We'll work on that. From the district manager standpoint, the district manager position is Tom Bocage, who is a field manager from Spokane. It will be coming down to film behind me for 120 days while they complete the hiring process for the DM position. Hope to have somebody here by October of this year. I would say probably most likely November, but the way things go. So hopefully they can get that done. And he will be here. And for the first 120 days, if there needs to be somebody else, then they'll do that again. I hope that that's not the cycle that we get into, but that'll be a good deal. Any questions on hiring positions?
What percent staffed are you?
So right now, we just pulled those numbers for the state. We're at 26% vacant, so 74% staffed. And Stacy, I think that's a statistics, right? They tell you some things and don't tell you other things. Is like if you look at program specific, like riparian fisheries, we're 50% staffed. Geologists were 0% staffed. And so we have some range, we're 50% at this point. And we're working to fill those. In different positions have different challenges. Range is really interesting, is that we're not getting the applicants qualified. I don't know if you've heard that whole story. There's something about the way that OPM is reviewing the applicants and the way the universities are identifying their programs and their classes, and they're not meshing. So kids that would take a from Oregon State University, for example, would take a range like a range ecosystems class. U of I may call it range environments or something like that. So they're not getting credit for these things. So we have to keep going back, and the applicants are having to redefine that. And range is just an example. There's other programs that's happening.
Is that a state office or national office issue?
It's a national office, goes through national office, and it goes across the realm, because Forest Service is having the same issue, Fish and Wildlife is having the same issue. And it's just that as universities change to attract students and do different things, is we're not keeping pace with that. And then there's just some challenges with hiring. I think our philosophy for a lot of years as an agency was we have one job and 40 applicants. And now we have 40 jobs and one applicant. And it's a different philosophy of how you go after people and what you attract them to do. So I think we're in this transition. Like I said, we're doing a little bit better, but it's going to be a continual effort that we do. The staff that we do have are very talented. They're working hard. They're filling gaps, and we're trying to minimize the impacts. But it just slows us down. It's tough. Anyway, any other questions on staff? Okay, budget wise, from, budget allocations this year is across the board, we received a 7% reduction. Again, just basically across the board, it varies on different programs. Our deferred maintenance was 30% reduced. And our fuels was down 20, I was thinking 20% reduced. Interestingly enough, on the suppression side, what we call preparedness, they had a slight increase. So I think what's happening is that because of the reductions, they're shifting different programs to reduce the impact. Maybe 7% across the board reduction was made up by taking money out of deferred maintenance and some things like that. So we'll see how that goes and progresses forward. For us locally, that impact, because of vacancies and the ability to manage our budget, our projects on the ground are not affected to the same degree, with the exception of deferred maintenance, as we pushed off a couple of projects that we'll get to in the future. The major one was a radio tower replacement. The radio towers aren't failing, but it's a grounding issue, and it's just that it's expensive and it's difficult to get done. The towers are still functional. It's not that they're not functional, but we still can talk to everybody. Until we can, right? Yeah, until they get struck by lightning. But again, they've been struck before, and the issue with grounding is that standards change, and we're just upgrading them to be better. Let's see. I think other than that, you guys are going to hear a lot about what's going on with Don. Across the district, Skull Creek on the north end. The Skull Creek is a road up north, and we're finishing up this year a project that is improving that road. And it's making it, I wouldn't say it's going to be a 4-season road, but it's going to be a road that we close seasonally. And by improving it, we'll have the option to keep it open longer. And I think we're still figuring out how long we can keep it open. And a lot of that depends on just the weather, because that's what usually shuts it down. But the mud issue on that road will be less. So we'll see how that rolls on that project. Pat's is packing to talk today about, Pat O'Grady is on staff and up and running archaeology. So we have David Holst too, archaeologist, and Sarai Jimenez. And so we're fully staffed in archaeology, which is an exception across Oregon and Washington right now, and they're working real hard to catch some things up and get us ahead. So we're making good progress there. And that's where I'll kind of go. Don, do you have anything you wanted to?
Yeah, I got a few things. So Jeff talked about staffing. I think I want to say 26% overall. Andrew Steens is in I would say, in a worse position than that. I think Kyle is missing 3 rec planners. We're missing a rec maintenance position. And I think that's it on Kyle's side. Oh, yeah. Is that right, Kyle? You missing anything?
Missing the range rider.
Missing the range rider. On Andy's side, someone just accepted a detail. One of our specialists just accepted a detail to the wild horse and burro specialist, which will be important for what we have planned for this summer. But he accepted a detail for 120 days to the wild horse and burro program. We also have the Vice Justin DeCrew RMS that was responsible for Fraser Field and some of the North Steens allotments that remains vacant. I believe that announcement is out or soon will be out.
Next week, I believe. Next week after 27th, I think, through the 21st of next month.
So we're busy preparing packages, seating, subject matter expert panels, all the things we're required to do to get through the process and fill these positions. And then, like Jeff said, we also have a riparian specialist that's vacant there. So the south end is down. One of the things we're doing is we're looking at we have a program in BLM now called the Experienced Services Provider Program, which we can enter into agreements with. which allows us to bring back retired annuitants on agreements. And you can all look at Jeff. Jeff, wonder if that might be in his future, but, so we were able to use that program. I think Kyle has an agreement with Gary Miller in place, who former guy down there at Heinz Market. He's worked for BLM as a temporary before. And he's gonna get a lot of, he's gonna help us do a lot of monitoring in the wilderness and meet some of those monitoring requirements while Kyle's trying to hire rec planners to come on and do that work permanently.
And Gary's done that in the past for us.
He
It's
has.
not-
He's really experienced. There's no one that knows that. I mean, there probably is, but he really knows the area well and knows the trails well, and it's gonna be helpful to have out there. And then other than that, we've been busy preparing for Wild Horse gathers this summer. South Steens, we're planning to gather South Steens in August. We are currently working on a fairly extensive determination of NEPA adequacy. And that's a document that we use to examine prior NEPA and determine whether that NEPA and that decision with that is still valid. And so we're gonna, we believe that it is, and we're gonna document that with a determination of NEPA adequacy and have that posted online. Also in the world of wild horses, we're currently working on the Kaiga-Riddle EA, the Kaiga-Riddle Gather Project. We're responding to comments that we received on the EA. I think the EA closed on the comment period on the EA closed on May 28th. We received somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 comments. That we're working through and planning responses to. And then we're preparing a decision record in Fonzie that will follow that and doing preliminary work or on a scope of work for both Kaiga-Riddle and the South Steens HMA gathers.
Notice what Fonzie is.
Oh, finding of no significant impact.
So I knew what it is, but there may be some people. Who don't
Sorry,
know what that is.
too many acronyms.
Tigers potentially this fall
Kaiga is potentially this fall.
or next fall, maybe.
No, this fall.
We're not, just not sure.
EA about the gather and the herd, or is the EA about, I don't know, that area, like what specifically?
The EA would be a taking or gather plan
Okay,
for Kaiga-Riddle.
okay.
The two HMAs.
I think I had missed that was happening, so I was like, I don't know what the EA is for,
Right.
but okay, that's helpful.
So, yeah, stay tuned there and we'll let everyone know. And, like I said, the EA has already been out for public comment. We received hundreds of comments. We're working through those. Next will be the release of the decision record in Fonzie.
Don, do I have a quick question?
Mhm.
Because I did respond to that EA, and I'm just really curious at the end of the day, it sounds like you're inundated, but I'm really curious as to what the perception is out there by the public of that whole process. I mean, it was fascinating and I enjoyed going through it, but at the end, is there a way that maybe you sit there and go, okay, bottom line is, here's the perception out there, here's what people are concerned about. 20% thought that we were crazy, that kind of thing.
I would say that the Wild Horse and Burro program is really complex. I think Tara is the expert on messaging about, on messaging where we're going with that. It's really complex. There's a lot of different opinions and perspectives.
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to ask Tara that question, maybe we can get a PAO's.
It'd be good to know what people out there are thinking, because there's so, like with the grazing, there's so much ambiguity and misperceptions of things. And I'm just personally, I'm curious as to how the public sees this.
So once we get done with the reviewing the comments, that's part of our response, is we'll summarize the comments.
Right.
And then we'll provide answers to to those comments to everybody. We can make sure we'll send those, that you guys see those too, if you like. I think Don's right, is there's every comment from don't gather to take them all, right? And don't return them. And we get that whole range of comments, and we'll work through each one of those. And then different, anything in between. And related to all kinds of things. And there's some things that are related nothing to this gather at all.
Yeah.
So you get.
And I mean, in this process, we're really focused on just implementing existing policy as it is, and trying to stay in that position. That's where I think the agency should be, and there's a lot of opinions out there about the program in general, and there should be.
I just know I know it's difficult messaging, but something as volatile as this issue, if a video that was put together that explained, and showed overgrazing, whatever, I mean, something that's factual, that's objective, that people could look at and beforehand, instead of just making all these assumptions, I think it would help a hell of a lot.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Is
Someone told me years ago, though, to go to the PAO whenever you have an issue like this, where you have it's heated and it's you have a difficult time getting out the.
Is it possible to quantify the volume from the noise? I mean, you can have smaller groups of people that favor one aspect, but they've got this tremendous voice and they're overshadowing other people. And is there a way to, at least for us, to sort that out? What's valid, or is it just volume that wins the day?
So I guess that, we've talked about NEPA in the past, and what a comment is, what a substantive comment is. And it's not the public comment process is not a vote. If you have 1,000 people that send us a card that has the exact same comment on it, that's one, we treat that as one comment. In a perfect world, it would just be one comment. But then we do know that 1,000 people sent that to us, right? So I don't want you to think that doesn't have a influence, but I also want to say that doesn't make it better than something else. We have had comments from individuals not connected to anything, just as an individual, that are as good or better at times than some of these other comments. Right, so that's why we go through each one of them and respond.
That's what we're doing with this 500 comments, is going through there and sorting out which are actual comments that he needs to respond to, and which are someone voicing an opinion, giving a vote for a particular alternative. Those things we don't respond to in this.
And I think it's important to remember is that there's the substantive comment is it's related to what's going on. And it's also provides how it impacts the individual or the groups. So those are really the ones that we want to know. How does it impact you? I don't like this is okay, thanks. I appreciate that, right? And I understand, and we'll consider that, but I don't like it because it impacts my grazing operation, because it impacts my recreational experience, and I go out there.
So you're wading through all that.
Well, okay, so I have I want to say I have very talented staff but I read them, Don reads them, and specialists, the specialists are the ones that are really digging into it and providing the comments for it. And again, we sometimes, if it has something to do with juniper or fire ecology, I might respond, but or archaeology for Don.
And your salary still stays the same level.
And it still does. That's fine. I mean, that's part of the job. That's what we do. That's part of the process.
Yeah.
And it's an important part of the process.
Because I'm part of a small segment of the host community in Bend, and then where I'm on the sheriff's posse, and you hear all sorts of stuff. And I don't mention that I'm involved here. Because I don't.
Okay, so been spending a fair amount of time on wild horse planning, moving into the range world, Andy's World, the Bridge Creek Draft EIS. We're closing in on having a pretty solid version of the Bridge Creek Draft EIS. We can't do a notice of availability and put that out to the public though, until we pass through get a briefing with the Washington office and I believe maybe DOI. I'm not sure where that's.
It's just a deal.
It's just the
It's not
alarm,
deal.
so we need to get a brief, we're waiting in line to get a briefing there, so that's really the holdup on, I mean, that's what we're waiting for there.
And all EISs go, it's not anything to do with that,
Yeah, this
project.
is not a.
All EISs
this-
go
all
through the screen.
EISs, RMP EISs go through these.
Thank you for clarifying that, because
Yeah.
that's my question in my head, was like, wait,
Sorry.
is there a reason? this-
No, it's just all of them. That's something we
Okay.
didn't anticipate when we started the process.
Yeah, and then other than that, we're dealing with, we're preparing administrative records for litigation on the previous decision on the Bridge Creek EA that occurred in 2020. We're also preparing administrative records for appeals on the Man Lake and Carlson Creek, AM permit renewals on the east side of the mountain. We talked yesterday about contracting for rock slide removal. I think that's coming up and taking, Kyle's working on that. In the world of IRA, we have some interns that are coming on soon that will work on completing inventories on the no livestock grazing area fence. Maintenance and reconstruction of that fence will be one of our IRA projects that was funded in our IRA business plan. We're also using that to contract a writer editor and I think some GIS support for EIS planning for removal of the Page Springs weir. We didn't get to go out there yesterday, but that's going to be a big part of our IRA program. And then in support of that, I mentioned the ESP agreements to bring back retired annuitants. We're bringing back 2 BLM retirees to work on the IRA, to work on the Page Springs weir removal. So Jeff mentioned the approximately 8% budget cut across our programs, our resource programs just a minute ago. And I think that's made more complicated by we did get that cut, but we also have these other funding sources being bipartisan infrastructure law and IRA, so you're seeing some big programs being funded and work going towards these big specific things that are attached to those initiatives at the same time while you're seeing some reductions in some other areas. So that's a little, it's a little confusing, I guess, as to why are you doing this type of work when you're talking about budget cuts here? So I just wanted to point out that that's what's happening with those. And other than that, I think that's most of what I have that might be related, especially to the CMPA.
Where are you at with the law enforcement ranger? You were gonna hire another one or?
He's on board and he's active.
Yeah,
Yeah.
God knows where he's at. He's out there somewhere.
The whole place.
So maybe two in the district.
No, we have a contract with the county for a deputy and it's an interesting model that we're doing, and across the state, all B1 districts have a contract with the local sheriff's office and provides us the ability to enforce certain things, so state laws and federal law. And our law enforcement ranger has a very limited scope of what they can enforce. And it's good stuff, but it's limited. And a sheriff's deputy has the state law to lean on too. And sometimes, depending on what happens, is you can go one way or the other and to fit the situation. So it's we've had a contract as long as I know with the county. But it used to be half-time and now we have full-time deputy. We're kind of right on the edge in terms of activity. And I talk about what Tom Robinson is his name. And he was a sheriff's deputy in Lake County. And we brought him up here. he appears to be having the time of his life, but again, if I could find him, I'll let you know.
And is it a response or a patrol function or both?
Both, and it's also our law enforcement officers, they go to the FLETC school in Georgia, but then there's a whole section of natural resources. And we try to lean on education and just information for, citing is not, we don't have a quota for number of sites. We don't have a goal, and our program's not evaluated on that. Other than the amount of contacts that they make, that's kind of the magic number. And the more contacts they make with the public, the more kind of activity, how the activity level, it's not about whether they were at a citation or not, or whether they have a criminal activity, it's just being out and about. So that's a goal with our rangers. That position is supervised out of the Lakeview office administratively. So all the rangers in the Lakeview district, the Burns district, and the Vale district are supervised by the ranger in Lakeview. But Tom's office is here. He comes in here, he talks, he reports to us, we direct his work.
And you can reach him by radio from here.
And we can reach him by radio or phone. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't talk to Tom, but Tom has spent a lot of time learning the district and out and about. And I think one of the best things I ever heard about a ranger is every time I'm out in the field, I see him out there. And I think that's what we want. We want them out in the field doing things and seeing things. So patrolling basically, but go ahead.
No, since you're done talking about law enforcement.
I think it's again, we're getting staffed up. Once he learns it, it'll be, we'll get moving on, but I know he's also engaged in local law enforcement too. So he works with those folks on things out and about.
Yeah. And then a go back that I want to mention, because I know Andy's going to talk about Bridge Creek here shortly, but we are also working on, we've completed, I mentioned a determination of NEPA adequacy. We completed a determination of NEPA adequacy and a decision for Mud Creek, where we're doing restoration there, and that restoration basically consists of some aerial herbicide, which I think may have already been applied, aerial herbicide application, sagebrush planting, some juniper work in the Mud Creek area. We also did another DNA recently for some more juniper cutting across the district, but some of it is also potentially in the Bridge Creek area that we put. And the reason we went this direction was because during the initial Bridge Creek planning process, many comments came out about the need for restoration in those areas related to the fires. So because I anticipate that we're going to have this fairly lengthy period before we actually get a new decision out, we made the judgment that we wanted to move forward with some of that restoration work now. Doing it with a DNA, there's some other decisions right in the neighborhood, North Steens EIS, Five Creeks, and I think some ESR decisions that we point to with the DNA. And so this allows us to separate it from this really contentious decision that will be made on Bridge Creek and to start on this restoration work sooner than, I don't know when the Bridge Creek rod may be able to be implemented anyway. So that was the thinking behind that. I know there's been some questions, and then we had that decision out for the juniper DNA, I think a couple weeks ago when I received some comments on that. So that's what our approach on that.
Trial manager, go ahead, I'm sorry.
On the Bridge Creek EA, so if I understood you right, the Bridge Creek EA was finished in 2020, a rod was issued, and now it's under appeal.
Yeah, it's litigated in federal court.
It's litigated, okay. there's an EIS that's gonna cover essentially the same things that's in the works.
So the original decision record was litigated and then BLM remanded it after it was litigated. So the litigation still stands. And we're preparing an administrative record for that litigation. At the same time, we're moving forward with this new EIS. And we're in line for a briefing. We're polishing up the draft EIS. We think we got we think we got a good document there to move forward on. But this is, you know, the CIS process is gonna be it's gonna be a lengthy process. We're at the draft stage. There's 45-day public review on the draft. And then I think there's 30 or 45 days on the final. So.
The EA, even though you reminded it, the litigation continues still.
You remanded the decision that the EA is the EA. So. And Jeff mentioned something about travel management. We're under another injunction or a settlement agreement that requires that we conduct a new round of travel management in the Steens CMPA. And we're currently at the route evaluation phase. So much of the work on the ground in terms of documenting the routes on the ground has been completed by a contractor. And we have specialists now evaluating routes. So that's also that's on Kyle's side.
And that's identifying any old roads, any.
It has to be comprehensive. It's everything that's out there. And then, we'll move into the planning phase on that once we have the data.
Who sued you? You said it's a settlement.
Yeah, on the travel management?
Yeah.
Oh, it was,
And when? And how do you get in so much
2019.
trouble?
I think I have a timeline of that.
What's that?
I think I have a timeline of the travel management process as it's been for the past 18 years, so I can find that.
Yeah, this is the third iteration. We think we have a really solid process. We have a good contractor in place that's done this in a lot of other states. And so moving forward again.
Wait, this is the third iteration of the travel management plan?
Third attempt by this office.
I love that. That's
Would have this done.
It was one of the first things that was taken up and worked on, developed.
So this last
settlement
settlement agreement was entered in 2019, was when I first arrived, was when I met with Jeff and Brad Grimm and, who was selling the new settlement.
There's a full disclosure of taking the job.
So, Mike, it's not a matter of getting it done, because it's getting done every time, but it's being litigated until we're in the processes also.
I'm just teasing.
Slowed down by lawyers, Mike.
You know,
I know that my former profession is the bane of all existence. I have to accept that burden on behalf of my colleagues.
anything else for Dawn or Jeff? District or Andrew Steens updates.
I guess on that topic, I want this committee to take up and have input on the travel management plan. We need to have some good discussions about some things.
The historic perspective will be important.
Lots of pieces of it.
Yeah.
Keep it brief, but I don't know who sets the agenda, but it needs to be on the agenda soon.
The DFO sets it, I tell Terry, so. Do we?
Really, Jeff.
Well, I think the chair ought to have a little bit of input on that.
Oh, I forgot about you.
I agree 100% with Stacy.
For sure.
This is.
All right, anything else for these folks? We are a little bit ahead of schedule, which is unusual, but it's, yeah, it's good timing for just to take a mingle bathroom coffee break and get the presentation set up electronically while you guys are doing that. So for you guys on the Zoom, I'm gonna stop the recording for just a little bit and we'll turn it back on when we get started again.
Oh, good, now we can really talk.
Yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, just 1 second before I let you get started. I think several of you want to try to get on our Wi-Fi, which is really a challenge. But I think I have the right link for you to fill out the necessary terms to do that. So I've emailed it to all of you SMAC members, and you can follow the directions in my email, and it'll ask you to put in a sponsor from the agency who will say, yes, you're able to get on our Wi-Fi, and I'll go in and approve those. Hopefully that works. If it doesn't, we'll deal with that later. So that's where we're at with the Wi-Fi. Now we're on to Bridge Creek.
Okay, my name's on the agenda, but I'm just going to introduce this and I'm going to turn it over to Andy. What we have here is another presentation on the Bridge Creek, the Bridge Creek area, Bridge Creek allotment management plan that we're currently working on. Early on, I committed to making a series of presentations to the SMAC about Bridge Creek. So when we got to the stage of draft EIS and the final EIS, all the points in the EIS process, the SMAC could provide comments. They'd have extra information to work with when they're when they're considering commenting. So we've had comments on a range of alternatives. We've had comments on the EIS, presentations on the EIS process. And today I have our new AFM of renewables that supervises range, Andy Daniels, making a presentation about the land health assessment process.
And what is an AFM?
No, the AFM is our assistant field manager. So he supervises the natural resources side of our group. Kyle supervises the recreation realty side. And I'm the field manager. Andy comes in from Miles City, Montana, where they have a pretty busy, several pretty big programs over there related to oil and gas. And so he worked with a lot of natural resource issues there. He's stepping in as the range supervisor, taking over from Autumn Toll Jackson. And this will be his first time presenting to the SMAC. So he's going to talk to you guys about the land health assessment process. We started an updated version of land health in Bridge Creek in 2021. It was after the first decision was remanded. We felt we would benefit greatly. Jeff and I have also talked about, making sure that we issue durable decisions. So we want decisions out there that are created with plenty of process, plenty of thought and consideration. And so we're doing everything we can to put ourselves in that position. I'm going to turn it over to Andy to talk about the land health assessments in Bridge Creek.
Good morning. As Don said, my name is Andy Daniels. I'm the new AFM for renewables. I'll preface this whole thing out by saying I am not a range con. I'm a wildlife biologist by training and time. But I've worked with range in and out through IDTs my entire career, for almost 26 years. So I'm very familiar. Also, this is going to be a brief overview of land health assessment and then a slightly more in-depth overview of the land health assessment for the three main allotments that are in the Bridge Creek area. So overall, the first thing is it's made up of three allotments: the Hammond allotment, the Mud Creek allotment, the Hardy Summer allotment, and one FFR, which is a fenced federal range or custodial allotment. Maybe more familiar to some of you, that terminology. It's approximately 26,500 acres area. And on the map, it shows you where it is located in relation to the Steens CMPA. For the brief overview of what land health assessment is, there's standards and guides. And I guess from an overranking thing, there's a 43 CFR that says all of the federal agencies will do land health assessments. And then there's a manual that comes out of the Department of Interior that says this is how BLM will do it. And then out of that, one of the things it said was the different states, governors and states directors would get together and do a state specific or region specific standards and guides.
Ours in 1997 for Oregon, Washington was done by the governor. And it had 5 main standards and various guides. The 5 main standards are on the screen for you now. The first one is an upland condition, meaning the soil is appropriate for the ecological site. Is the soil doing what it's supposed to do for the area that it's in? The second one is the riparian wetland. Same kind of general idea. Are the riparian wetlands functioning as they should for the ecological site that they are in? The third one is the ecological process, which is like about your plant. Really, are your plants, are the plants that should be there, are they there in the distribution and what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, composition, thank you. That it should be there according to the way it was rated through the ESD portion that was done by, I think, NRCS over time. The fourth one is water quality. Are we meeting state water quality, federal water quality, temperature, all the various things that make the water function as it should for the aquatic invertebrates and fish? And then the fifth one is all about wildlife species and locally important species of animals. We being the BLM, we don't manage populations, we manage the habitat that populations live in. So it's a little different twist. So we'll talk about the Hammond allotment first. It's achieving all of standards 1 and 4, except for in the Chromebook Creek pasture. And we'll get to that a little bit later, why it's not, but there are some historic head cut issues. Much of the allotment's been a seeding. Many parts of it have been seeded over and over again. It's been brush beat in the past to maintain that seeding, so the shrubs have been reduced. Basically, after a fire in a burned area, this brush beating allows the natives a longer period to come back in by maintaining some of the overstory that prevents it being taken over by invasive animals such as cheatgrass and reduced egg. Standard 5 is partially being achieved because the riparian portion of Chromebook Creek is not meeting due to that large head cut I mentioned. And the upland part is lacking shrubbery and has a lot of weed areas, mostly because of previous fires that were in there. The big one being, I believe, the 2006 Granddad, which was a pretty big fire. There's also some non-authorized grazing or trespass grazing that is occurring in the Chromebook Creek pasture that we do not know where it's coming from. We get in there, we see there's evidence of it happening, but it's happening in a time of year where we don't really have good access to get there, mainly because of mud that won't allow us to actually drive in to get to that area. But we are actively investigating it and trying to figure out where the cows are coming from, whose cows they are. And we sent a letter out to all of the adjacent landowners, letting them know we are actively investigating. The negative impact is basically due to the lack of grazing management, because currently right now, none of these pastures have authorized permitted use. So there's no one out there all the time seeing what's going on. It's when we can get to it during the right times of year.
Yeah, I got a question on the trespass. In your opinion, from what you've seen, is it something accidental or is it something that is planned?
We can't really determine that at this point. All we know is it's happening. That's part of what we're doing the investigation, is to try to find out where it's coming from, when it's happening, what time of year, and why it's happening. So that remains to be determined.
Is it significant?
Some years it appears to be more so than others. That's all I can really say. Like, I've only been here since September, but I was here almost a decade ago as a wildlife biologist, and sometimes it happens then too. It just depends on the year and many different factors that we don't really control. But we're out there trying to figure it out. In Mud Creek, we're achieving standards 1 through 3. There was some poor recovery in some areas after the fire, where all of the brush burned and mostly what came back was cheatgrass, as you know, happens with fires around here quite a bit. But there's current restoration under the way, which Don alluded to with the DNA that we were doing for that. And last fall of 2023, about 2,000 sagebrush seedlings were planted. And there's some aerial spraying that will occur there. We're not achieving standard 4 because Mud Creek itself doesn't meet state water temperature requirements. That makes sense because there's a lot of rockiness in the stream. There's limited water flow, and there's some beaver ponds upstream that may be slowing the water down where it heats up through thermal heating. So when it gets further down, it's warmer than it should be. There's not really anything we can do about that with restoration or management because it's not a result of the actions we've taken. It's more of a result of stream morphology and rocky armament. Standard 5 is being partially achieved. So as we just talked about, the riparian aquatic is not being met because of the water temperature in Mud Creek. The sagebrush habitat is not achieved because fire burned most of the shrubs off, and there's a lot of juniper encroachment. There are ongoing plans to do juniper treatments as part of the North Steens ecosystem project, I think.
I think it's one of the first thing they made. Under the North Steens decision.
In addition, we're going to continue to do more plantings and restoration processes in the future as we can. Party summer.
Can I just ask a question here? Can we go back to that previous slide?
You bet.
So on Mud Creek not achieving standard 4, it seems to me that, unless I'm missing something, that the reason that it's not achieving standard 4 is because of natural conditions. And so if it's not achieving the standard and it's due to natural conditions, what the heck is the problem?
Well, it's mainly a combination of natural conditions and the fire.
But Andy,
I'm the fire.
in the land health process, when do you get to causal factors?
At the very end of it, basically.
So-
And I'm not a land health expert. I would defer to speaking to a range con about it for sure, but at a certain point, you'll get to a causal factor, and if the causal factor is not related to our actions, livestock grazing, management, it's kind of just a wash. You're never gonna say, yeah, we achieved it, but if it's not something that we can fix through our management actions, it's not something that makes the whole process fail. And when we get to the last slide, we'll talk a little bit more about what not achieving actually means. Because it's a specific definition for a specific set of conditions that don't always occur naturally on the landscape.
It's kind of interesting how presentations are made. I could say Mud Creek is this beautiful stream in a canyon that has no access to cattle and people. And if you walk along it, you're amazed by the willows and everything that are there. And it's this beautiful picture. But it doesn't meet temperature standard that's state set for salmonids. And everyone would go, okay. But if I say Mud Creek doesn't meet the standard and it's in horrible, well, he didn't even say it was in horrible condition. He said it doesn't meet the standard. We all picture things in our mind and we have this negative feeling. And I'm not picking on Andy, it's the way plans are done. They lay out the facts up front and they get to the causative factors at the end and say it wasn't human caused. But you had this whole feeling this whole way through the plan that Mud Creek's a mess because of the permittee or whatever yours in your mind. For me, it's wild horses always, they're the cause, right? Get rid of them and it'll be good. Well, none of that has anything to do with it. It's a canyon that nothing gets into, but we paint these pictures in our mind, so.
That's kind of what that's kind of where I was going.
Well, and I was asking my question because I think it's important. Andy's talking about the standards, and what it may or may not meet, but then at the end of the process, there's a discussion of identifying causal factors, and that's, I think, really important in this whole. And keep in mind,
He is completely correct that the at least upper 2/3 of Mud Creek is beautiful. It's really nice. It's well taken care of. cows don't access it at all. But it's not meeting the water temperature standard in the state of Oregon, therefore it's not achieving standard.
Can I actually ask a question related to all of this? So you had said that the first standard about uplands had the like caveat with soil condition where it was like, whatever, soil condition appropriate for the area that you're
Correct.
in. I mean, I feel like we have a lot of evidence that water quality was not exactly the same everywhere. So I'm curious, does anybody know why there weren't some descriptors added to that where it was like water quality appropriate to the history of whatever? I have no idea how you would word that, I guess,
It
because
says
then,
appropriate to the landform,
all right, it does say that.
but it does have a temperature requirement that
Yeah.
is arbitrarily set for the need of one species or suite of
Okay.
species,
So the.
which may not be appropriate to the landform. but,
Right.
I mean, there probably
Okay.
were never salmonids there to start with, to be honest,
It's such an interesting.
but that's how the state set it up, and I have no control or even
Right.
input into that.
90% of the streams in southeast Oregon don't meet the
Right.
water temperature standard. So it's,
I don't know, just like that.
It fits within that, it fits within what I think of a lot where people don't like, I like nuance when it comes to ecology and I feel like a lot of people have a hard time with that. And so to me, that water quality standard fits within that, like. It's easy to just say everybody has to be within this range, but the interesting thing about water across the state is the nuance and the way water naturally is, but.
And I think maybe the intent, like I get back to the causal factor part of this,
Yeah.
is to capture some of that in the causal factor.
Yeah, at the end, you try to clean it up a little bit instead of front loading it with the idea that not everything on the land matches exactly what the picturesque thing should be, but that doesn't mean it's not functioning the way it's intended to function by nature's standard. So I don't know what the correct answer to all of that is. Kind of pretty much a simple guy, so.
That's okay.
Okay, so let's move on to Hardy Summit. We're achieving standards 1 through 4. I will say that this allotment is about as close to reference condition or the ideal condition of any allotment that we have in Steens. The fire burned up there at a much lower severity than it did in the other 2 allotments. So there's very few increased acres of annual grasses. But that also allowed a lot of juniper encroachment, which is why we're not achieving standard 5. It needs enough juniper treatments before it will be able to open it up to a juniper shrubland condition that provides habitat for one of the locally important and focal species, which is sage grouse. We're working on juniper treatments in and around the area. Neither the deciduous hardwoods, which would be the aspens, are meeting the standard, nor the sagebrush shrubland because of the juniper encroachment. And it is meeting for woodland habitats, which makes sense if you have a lot of woodland, be it juniper or whatever, it's providing habitat for juniper species. Even though it probably, I'm not gonna say probably, it shouldn't be, but it is because of current conditions. Historically, it would not have been well, during periods of historic periods, it would not have been a juniper woodland. So here's where we talk about not achieving a standard, doesn't mean the area is in poor condition. It just means it's departed from the specific reference condition of that area. It's associated with ecological site descriptions. So when you have a change in composition of vegetation, such as juniper encroachment, you have a departure from the reference condition. If you're greatly departed from the reference condition, you will not be achieving part of this standard. That's just how the whole thing's set up. And we've been dealing with it through the causal factor part. When you get to the final determination of a land health assessment, you determine what is causing the problem. And if the problem is a natural cause, meaning it's not caused by our management of whatever management, most people think of cows immediately and grazing. But a lot of times when you're not achieving a standard, it's not a result of today's current grazing. practices. It's a result of something like juniper encroachment that happens slowly over time, but we don't always have the people and money to fix immediately. Or we have processes that won't allow us to because the area is protected by some other use or law or statute or whatever. And with that, some of the takeaways, these allow us to not have permitted livestock grazing right now, although the Hammond allotment in the Crumbo Creek pasture does have some allowable trailing use within it. I think one permittee trails from one allotment to another allotment through there. We didn't do any of the guideline parts on this because without any permitted livestock grazing, none of the guidelines apply. Because the guidelines are all about livestock grazing and practices. Other than a trespass issue in Crumbo Creek pasture, everything else before 2014, which was when the permit was not renewed, and now are showing a steady or upward trend towards improvement. And we would expect that that will continue into the future. Monitoring during the previous grading showed that all the areas were achieving, even in the Crumbo Creek pasture, or had an upward trend towards achieving. So things were going well. We expect that if it does get, or when it does get re-permitted, things will continue to go well as long as we are following the practices that we've laid out and continue to do the same type of management, as well as continue juniper treatments and restoration work, such as planting of sagebrush seedlings and things like that, or protection and release of aspen. Basically, we've been working on trying to improve the ecological conditions for at least a decade, and then fire happened, and so kind of reset the clock, and now we're working on achieving it again. Any questions or anything we
How
can
long?
discuss?
Another decade?
Oh,
How long till what?
so what? Till we're achieving standards?
Yeah.
Lifetime.
Most of them we're achieving except for 5. Standard 5 is usually tied to sagebrush and invasive annuals. Neither one of those are a quick process. Because in order to get sagebrush back, you've got to open up areas with getting rid of juniper, and you've got to control the weeds long enough for something to get established. And that doesn't happen quickly, overnight, or cheaply. So I can't really tell you when it will be perfect.
I can hear somebody asking that question.
It's an ongoing process.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say, interesting, observation, kind of a dichotomy. I know Mike's interested in fire, but you look at this, the standards that are being met and ones that aren't being met. The problem in Mud Creek is more or less is fire, too much fire, and we've lost a lot of components there, shrub component and other things. The problem in Hardy Summer is exactly the opposite. Not a fire exclusion. So it just shows you the complexity on the mountains. Like you have that, you know, in that small area there.
I realize that picture is not summer hardy, but hardy summer, but lack of fire is the problem. That's not meeting standards right there. That the land in that picture is not meeting standard because of too many juniper trees.
Andy's description of standard 5, which is dealing with sensitive species wildlife, you're not meeting because of fire exclusion and juniper encroachment.
That's like asking when will war end?
It went for me when they die. And the next guy takes over.
I mean, that being stated, like Mud Creek is probably never going to reach temperature standards for the state of Oregon for some lines. And I don't think we could plant enough willows in there to get enough shade to make it meet. But the causal factor is natural because it's an arbitrary standard we set that it probably never met. At least not since like the last ice age or something.
But you have to have a base standard for other projects, other.
Right. It's a universal thing that covers the entire portion of BLM for the states of Oregon and Washington. And so that's the standard and that's what we measure against. The other thing is, the main reason this is not meeting is because the ecological site description says it should be a juniper shrubland grassland. And what we're looking at is the start of a juniper woodland. It's because it's departed from reference condition. It's not because it looks pretty or it looks ugly. It's about what should be there and what is there. And we're just trying to do what we can to keep it where it's supposed to be.
Well, I think a lot of the problem that, and what Don just said reminded me of it, is how words kind of get used that can kind of mislead you into thinking that it's something that it really isn't. He just talked about, use the term fire exclusion. Well, what that really means is that this hasn't burned. A lot of people looking at the English language thinking that fire exclusion means that somebody has taken some action to prevent fire from occurring there. And you know, you have to, that's the trouble with some uses of words that we have these days, because they mean different things to different people. Like your whole discussion of standards is sort of like, by God, that's gotta be met, because it's a standard. Well, you know, that's how God intended it, and then God's doing pretty well up there in most of my.
I look at it like height standards.
Well,
There's not
I
a
also
height
think,
that we're supposed to be.
you know, we're not denying that there's not some needs out there for riparian restoration,
Oh, yeah.
because I'm sure that there is.
On the lower end.
And Crumbo Creek, I think there's some good examples.
Rumble Creek, definitely.
Yes, and others probably too, but I'm not sure the water temperature standard is really meaningful out there, so.
Most of your south aspect streams are not going to meet water temperature because the sun provides too much thermal heating for them to get below that temperature.
Home Creek and Kiger Creek are both on the 303 list for water temperature. They don't meet standard, but the fish density per unit of water is really, really high.
Which means the fish are adapted to not meet the standard.
Yeah.
I
It's strange how that works.
Mike, the fire exclusion does include suppressing fire, which we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, we've done it. Yeah.
To me, when I hear
cuts
fire
both ways.
exclusion, I just think about the fire suppression efforts.
Yeah,
I don't actually think of people like building a fireproof. fence
Yeah.
Or whatever.
That's exactly, you're exactly right.
I think of that just because of various forms of modern and recently historic land use, we have managed to exclude fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how can we weigh in on this plan, or what's our role with this plan? What's the process? I know it's an EIS, it's gonna move forward.
I think that it's gonna be important, because I know on the original EA decision, John Helmer kind of led the group. I don't know who all participated, but there was comments submitted by the SMAC. So it'll be important to do that at all the points for input. And then also you as individuals can do it if you feel that there's things that you want to do
So
as individuals.
right now, plan's completed, it's the DC office waiting for review, then what happens?
So the draft will brief it to the headquarters. They'll give permission to begin preparation on the final EIS. We'll put they'll give permission to put the draft out for public review. We'll put the draft out for public review. Notice of availability will be put out on the Federal Register. Public will review that and give comments. We'll review the comments and use those comments to adjust the final EIS. So the final EIS and the draft EIS will be different documents, but the differences shouldn't be major.
We'll have a chance to comment on the draft, and then we'll have a chance to comment on the final.
And then the
Before
ROD
you make a decision.
will be the decision. And another, like I said, there's been a series of presentations on Bridge Creek. Part of it was the allocation of forage decision, which at this point, I'm trying to keep separate from the decision on the AMP, which is the how the allotments will be managed versus who will be the permittee, the allocation of forage. So we're keeping those separate. We're also, at this point, keeping a lot of the restoration work separate from the allotment management plan, because we have the ability to use these two items right now. So all those things that the SMAC can comment on, all those things you guys can comment on as individuals. And we'll just try to keep the information flow going is my strategy. Just keep talking about Bridge Creek and talking about different important, I don't know, parts of the planning process, information about Bridge Creek. If the SMAC has something they want to know about Bridge Creek, I can try to make specialists available to make those presentations. I just, I think the communication and information sharing is important. We remanded the decision. It was partially because there hadn't been adequate public involvement. So I want to make sure, like, if anything, we kind of go overkill on the information and public involvement on this round of Bridge Creek.
So Dawn, between now and our next meeting, which may be September-ish, we'll see. Do you have any idea what the timeline might, what could they do between then? Do you think we'll put a draft out before the next meeting, or what kind of maybe would be the next Bridge Creek presentation for the group?
I can't answer those right now. I'm starting to run out of ideas for Bridge Creek presentations.
That's
We talked about a lot of different aspects of it. We don't have dates yet because we're waiting on the headquarters to tell us, when the briefing might be done. I wouldn't expect to see it before this fall. It won't, I don't think we'll have that complete by September.
Karen.
Bill Martin Flip from Wanda had sent me a series of questions, which you actually your presentation actually addressed really well on some of those points. And so it was dealing with temperature and some of the what we're doing to try and improve the habitat. One thing that wasn't touched on, he brings up that the western ridged mussel, has it been evaluated? It's possibly going to be listed during ESA. Has it been evaluated for those creeks, and is that playing a role at all? The other questions, it looks like you have addressed at least partially in your presentation, but that is one thing he brought up. And I sent the list of questions to Dawn, so you got those.
I got those.
Yeah.
I can't really answer the question about the mussel. I can accept it as comment. We can look at it in our current EIS and see if we can get that addressed. I think that we had a similar issue raised about the pebble snail in the Blitz, and so I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
But the others, I think Andy did address.
Yes, he did. Especially the temperature was clearly explained.
And I'd also remind everybody, we had a presentation on alternatives, and several of those alternatives talk about restoring grazing when certain objectives are met.
Yeah.
Which I think it may be, his question number 3 about not restarting grazing until ecological standards are met. We talked about the problems with the water temperature standard, so that would not be something I would want to use, but we would possibly look at using other standards that we would use before restoring grazing in certain areas.
Okay.
The Xerxes Society has done some pretty extensive western ridged mussel surveys in the Harney Basin. I don't know if they would have on the schemes, but they have identified in the Blitzen River watershed, I think it's, well, I'm not gonna remember, 3 to 5 areas where their population is actually doing very well, and it's not the case for most of the rest of their population. And so we probably could get Emily, I'm not gonna remember her last name, but Emily from Xerxes to provide some of that information to us, because she does like to talk about them a lot. And the refuges biologist, actually, because they work together pretty closely, might also have an idea of where they have found the western ridged mussels in the basin.
Okay. And then, so back to the idea, like Tara's question about future presentations, I think we've done presentations on EIS, we've done presentations about kind of the current range of alternatives being considered, land health, allocation of forage, grazing administration. We could talk about certain parts of the effects analysis, like maybe the riparian in the western ridge mussel, we could talk about. We can't share specific material from the documents with the SMAC before they're available to the public, but we can talk about all of the issues and whether.
And that's not necessarily something you guys have to come up with right now on the spot. As we get through the rest of our meeting, when we get to the end this afternoon, we can decide if that's something we want on the agenda next time and specifically you might want to have addressed or learn about.
I was thinking it might be nice, maybe ties into what you were just talking about in the mussel conversation, but because the refuge is like the downstream recipient of these waters that run through the allotments, it might be interesting to understand how that potentially is or is not factoring into some of this conversation. Because I know like the Fish and Wildlife Service has moved with their CCPs to a process where they're essentially supposed to look at the refuges like in this larger landscape context. And so, I don't know, it might be interesting to, if that's part of this conversation at all, it might be interesting to understand how what's happening upstream, I don't know, is influencing some of the stuff on the refuge. Yep.
Any other Bridge Creek questions for Dawn or Andy? Okay, we'll go Mike and then Andy has a final comment.
Is the Crumbo pasture above or below the reservoir? I just gotta get myself oriented in time and space.
What reservoir?
Crumbo Reservoir. There's a Crumbo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Has to be above.
It's above,
It's
just
above.
below is refuge.
Yeah.
property.
That's the only reason I asked what reservoir, because when you say reservoir, I think of improvement reservoirs,
Yeah.
water holes.
Yeah. Oh.
So you say reservoir like there's only one, and I was like, there's one.
Well, the big one. The big one is the dam down there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's above that.
Okay, that's right. I'm pretty sure it was, but just want to make sure.
So my final comment from this whole presentation, as we showed going through the slides, I've already taken down, unfortunately. We're basically meeting all of the standards that can be met in a short term. The ones that aren't being met are either causal factors of nature or invasive annuals or juniper encroachment. So to me, it's not a question of did the BLM manage it? Can they manage it? It's a question of we need time to finish fixing the things that take time. We can't just go, yeah, we fixed it because we looked at it today and tomorrow it's perfect. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll don't get up from your tables, but we're gonna have Tala log in here so she can get her, or Kyle. Whoever wants to access that presentation can log in and we'll get it showing up here.
Teresa, we did the muscle surveys.
Xerxes Society, I don't remember her last name, but Emily is the Xerxes, it's XERCES. They do a lot of invertebrate work. I originally only knew them for their pollinator work, but they do a lot of mussel work across the state as well.
I actually, Bill sent me the PDF on that, so, I could send that out. Okay.
It's definitely named for like, some like a genus or a something. I don't remember what. It took me a very long time to be like, oh, they're invertebrate people.
I always think bugs.
Yeah.
It just came out with a brand new mussel survey, guide protocol.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember they were working on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I can't remember what. The water said. They were like, I know that they surveyed at least what's on the refuge. I just can't remember if they had tried to go up into any of the creeks because
They're also gonna work refuge springs area with the revenue, so maybe there's some more zones. I don't know.
Yeah, have you noticed?
Where they're doing the non-dam work, they have to move a population of western rich mussel because of the negatively affected by the work. And so I know that they do between others trying to select and move mussel, or there might be a way, there might be a way to at least start that as well. Okay, done. Yeah.
That's one of the ones that people would generally eat out strange and wet.
I don't know another larger mussel. They're
Or used to, not many people do it now.
yeah, I didn't even know they were in the river, and then I started when they were doing surveys, I kept getting pictures texted to me from the biological refuge. Like, I don't know that I would ever go this late. They formed in so well in the rock, but.
They go to the research, right, if I'm near the clear one, and snake standing.
Okay.
The farms didn't look together, puts the house like the. They're pretty basic. So there was a time that
Yeah.
water was cleaner than that.
Wild to me how many of these freshwater are out there.
Yeah, I found the document that Bill sent me and my phone was not letting me forward it to everybody. So when I get it on a big computer, I'll be able to do this, but not doing it.
We're just gonna do a computer swap real quick. Because technology.
Technology's the best.
I just want to have it.
Do you want to know something really fun about technology, Karen? During the,
Yeah, go ahead.
the solar storm that caused the northern lights.
Can you send out his presentation to all of us? Because
It's already on the Google Drive. If anybody wants to use the Google Drive, I don't have to say that. Yes.
One of our sound meters just stopped working, and I 100% blame the solar storm because all the predictions had been that it might affect technology. It's like, I don't know why this one that had brand new batteries that it just stopped working.
What was it?
We have a bunch of, they're autonomous recruiting units is their technical name, but they're little computers that have microphones on them that we programmed to record.
Oh, birds on? Oh, really?
It's a way of doing bird monitoring that actually is, in my opinion, more efficient than having people on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Because we deploy them for like 2 months at a time.
They're there all the time.
Yeah, so they record every morning, so, and people usually only go out 1 to 3 times to do surveys, so you have this. Keeps dropping tech bit of technology. It's very cool, and we find all kinds of fun, our one recording that actually was the weirdest to look at, of one of the Air Force jets flying over. It was right over the device as it was recording, and it's this like, it looks like somebody took like scraped all the color off of the image of the recording. Because we do a lot of visualization of the sound, but because it just cut out all sound, there's just this like wide bright light in there, and I looked at the recording, I was like, what is that? And then when I listened to it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Not only is it loud, but.
Well, that's kind of answered because I've always known about bird counting. Really? You
Yeah.
might have been there on the wrong day.
Well, that's the thing, what we found with the recorders is that we pick up species, like abscess are a good example. There's
Right.
lots of fields that we have these in where we've never seen abscess in them, but we got recorded for that, but like they were clearly in there, even if it was only for a few days. It's been interesting to me because we're also picking up birds like in the post-breeding season as they're moving around. The birds that maybe didn't nest in the meadows, but are moving through them as they're getting ready to head south. It's been kind of a fun thing to just, I don't know, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Sometimes the things I find coolest, I'm like, I don't actually think that has a management implication, but it's still cool to be able to say, like, they're passing through.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
Teresa, can you use AI to separate the sounds or do people listen to it?
We do a combination, so, we randomly select the recordings for every site to like manually process. So that we can actually get count numbers, so like whatever, 5 marsh runs. And then we use, BirdNet, which Cornell Ornithology developed, and it's an AI-based recognizer program that can identify I think somewhere between 700 and 1,000 species now. And so essentially, when you give it your latitude and longitude, it uses the eBird database to run your recordings against its like AI brain of recording. And then we just validate the ones that we didn't detect ourselves. And it's been a pretty efficient process. It's about 80% effect or 80% accurate. So there's like that 20% where because the way it processes them, it's just this ID words. We give that thing a whack 3 seconds of that one first song. And so yeah.
Technology has been overcome.
Barely.
Barely.
All right. Hey, Butch, we're gonna get going again. All right, so you guys are familiar with Kyle Warner. He is gonna give us a start to the IRA project update, and then Cal is gonna come up and do some talking also. Ready, Kyle?
All right, Kyle Warner, Assistant Field Manager for Resources. This is gonna be a lot of rehash from yesterday, so you're on the field trip. You're all gonna hear a lot of the same things. So most of you are pretty familiar with the recreation opportunities we have on Steens Mountain. And for those of you that are not aware, we have on District 6 developed campgrounds, 5 of them within the CMPA. 2 are open year round, but we only have 1 site that is specific for equestrian use. That would be South Steens Equestrian Camp. You can kind of see this spatially on the map here. Looking off the north side of the Steens Mountain Loop Road, there is no specific camping for equestrian pack stock use. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Penland proposed development first, and then I'll get into Moon Hill, which is the site we visited yesterday. So as we've discussed before, for many years, Penland has kind of been on the books as a proposal for developed camping. But there's some considerations that we need to look at and some things that have come to light that I wasn't aware of previously. The first thing to look at when you're planning is the use pattern. This is an area, a parcel that has been accessible to the public for many years. I will say from my own perspective and from the front desk perspective, I can't speak for everyone, but we have very limited informational requests for this area. I don't frequently hear or ever hear people asking about access to Barrington Trail or equestrian camping opportunities in that specific area. Some questions that I would want to be, I guess, informed about before we go full force into an extensive development. Does this particular parcel serve the equestrian need? So it's a remote parcel. You know, if you look at use patterns, the use patterns are on the outer. You know, in the last 5-10 years, we've seen a 4-fold increase in visitation to the Elder Desert Playa. It's not equestrian use. So a concern I have, you know, this has been in our comprehensive recreation plan. It's also part of the Steens Act to develop this parcel. Were we to spend the money to develop an equestrian camp at Penland, would the use on the Albert subvert the original intent? Would we build this equestrian camp that's used by people that want to visit the Elder that are looking for a developed campground? Would that displace the equestrian use? Is there equestrian use or interest from the equestrian community for the Penland parcel? And you would want to take all of this into account to make sure that, you know, before we spend a great deal of taxpayer money, that this particular area is the best place for a full equestrian development. The other thing to note, we have the comprehensive recreation plan, where NEPA for this project talks about a campground development. The NEPA does not cover trail development. So when we're building a campground, typically there's a point of interest. There's a trail network, there's a lake, a river, there's something that people are doing. They're looking for something, an experience. The campground serves that overnight need. We don't really have that at Penland currently. Long term, there's potential to possibly construct a trail from that Penland parcel 3 to 4 miles to where it hits Barrington Trail, which is an old 2-track road, very steep. There's maybe some interest for the equestrian community, maybe not. It's a very advanced route. Like I said, we don't get a lot of informational requests about that area. So for us to be able to build a trail, we would have to undertake additional NEPA compliance. And something that complicates the matter is that this is designated wilderness. So building a trail within designated wilderness is not the same as undertaking that process on multi-use land. Typically in the wilderness, you're doing something that's going to improve the resource value. So if you have a high use area where people are hiking all over the place or doing whatever all over the place, and there's a spiderweb network of impacts, you build a trail to combine them and to limit that damage to that trail. We're not seeing that in this area. So it would be tough for us to rationalize trail development in the wilderness to create a need. If this were an area where we're seeing high use and we were responding to that and then constructing the trail to minimize impacts, that would make more sense. And it's something that would be much more feasible from the NEPA standpoint, rather than us saying, we're going to build a trail to create the public need, if that makes sense.
Are those local parameters or are these BLM national parameters?
It's national wilderness policy.
It's wilderness policy.
Because a trail is considered, it's a development, it's constructed development within the wilderness.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Where on the mountain is this? I tried to look at a map and I couldn't find anything about Barrington.
So, Little Wild Horse Creek, where that comes out.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with the George Strumple parcel down there?
I'm familiar with Wild Horse Ranch.
I have a map coming up.
Okay,
I'll show
fair
you.
enough. Thanks.
Something else to consider, really, to get the NEPA compliance done. And I do think I have a map on the next slide, but there's 10 to 12 drainages out here. It doesn't look like much on a map, but if you're out there, there are streams. So building a trail up and down, up and down, up and down through rocky terrain is not easy. It's costly, and it has to be maintained. That's something else that has to be considered. It would probably be about 4 miles to get around a private parcel to just hook into Barrington Trail. So that's another consideration. And just something for perspective, the comprehensive recreation plan and all the plans have talked about trail developments, and we have implemented some of these trail developments, and we have found that some of these, when we built to, instead of responding to a need, there was interest from outside stakeholders or whoever that wanted trails put in certain areas. We implement them and they don't get used. And gradually nature reclaims those. So it's, when we look at spending money to put something in, we want to make sure that it's going to be used. We want to make sure that it's can be maintained adequately, because it would be a real shame to heavily develop an area and then it doesn't serve the original purpose. Nature reclaims it, and then that's kind of a sunk cost in our mind. So here's this area. So it's just south, you can see the arrow at the bottom. It's just below what's shown on the map is the Penland parcel, but the reason I have this map is you can see all of the creeks and all the drainages that you would have to cross. Starting from down here to work your way all the way to Barrington Trail here.
What's the elevation differential? From Penland up to the top to the trail?
To Barrington,
Yeah,
I don't know off the top of my head.
quite a bit though.
2,000 plus feet.
It's short.
Just 4,100, that's close to 3,000 feet.
To the Brim Rock, you mean, or just to the bottom of Barrington?
Yeah, I'm just thinking the access to ride from Penland up to the top to access the Barrington Trail, but you know.
Oh, from the parking lot to the bottom of the. Well, it depends on where you put.
It's
parking.
fairly steep.
How far up you planning to go?
Yeah, I mean, the connector trail itself will be about 4 miles, and you're gonna be going up and down those drainages just to work your way to the bottom. Of Barrington.
It's no fun cowboy, I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I'm thinking for recreation riders.
They won't. You'd be more, well. You'd be better off to direct them to 3 Mile for a while and let them. I mean, that's a tough trail, but it's nothing compared to that one.
Well, and that's kind of a good example of something that we put in the last 3 or 4 years. Beautiful canyon, and you know, Tara's put it in the paper numerous times. We try to advertise the trail, and we really haven't seen significant use.
A couple people a week.
Yeah, and that's an area with easy access. There's a parking area right off of the highway. This is an area where
3
you
Mile.
have 3 Mile Canyon. Yeah. Yeah, check it out. Use it. Use that trail back.
It's a nice trail. It's really.
It's a pretty area.
All right, well, that's good.
You know, and that's if you just go up the canyon and then the OCC trail takes you up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, and I've done part of that and
And we ride that all the time. And it's a fun ride, but it's adventurous. But the Penland side's tougher.
That's what I was concerned about.
And then, you know, Wild Horse Canyon's a beautiful place, but it's so overgrown and we just let the cows come out now. We don't go after them anymore. You can't get in there. It's miserable. So you're gonna have a lot of development to make that usable.
How does the Barrington Trail relate to Wild Horse Canyon? Can you remind me? Are they in the same place?
So
I know we talked about it when we were out there, but I couldn't remember.
Wild Horse Canyon would go up the canyon.
Right.
Yeah, so you can see.
Barrington Trail goes up the hillside.
So these are administratively closed routes here, that this is obviously not a designated trail, so it's not maintained, so
Right.
very overgrown.
Okay.
This is a historic 2-track. I guess what I'm trying to articulate is that just, you know, putting in a campground before we have trail access is kind of putting cart before the horse a little bit.
Yeah.
And it would take a lot to develop a trail that is going to be accessible to the average rider. I'm not saying that we should never develop this site, or, you know, we want to provide access to the CMPA for the public. I'm just trying to give you a good picture about what development would entail and so kind of some of the challenges to make sure that we're meeting the need.
This, I want to make sure I'm reading it out right, but the parking area, the campground would be down there, right?
It would be, so my screen's a little bit off, but that like light orange, that's an arrow pointing south. So the actual.
That's an arrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be right down here.
Yeah.
So the distance from here to here is
About 4 miles.
3 to 4 miles.
Yeah. And
And
like
so-
I said, you can see all of the creeks and drainages that you're gonna have
So
to.
you park here and then you climb, this is your question.
Yeah.
Several hundred feet to get around the private land. And then you're on the hillside coming around the private land and the juniper trees and rocks. And you're dropping through canyon back up. And these are You know, they vary about 50 to 100 feet to deep. You go down and back up the outside and down and back up. As you go across those drainages coming in, it's a challenge. And you've got 4 miles of that to get here. When you get here, this stretch through here, I lead my horse. And this stretch here, I usually get off and lead my horse. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah, well, what I'm thinking, it's great for your buckaroos, but for the guy,
No, they won't go there.
horse
Boss
from-
has to go there.
Yeah. Yeah, the guys trailing their horse from the valley, don't go there.
Yeah.
To get outside of the equestrian use, I know that I get lots of requests from little ranches, where can we camp on the east side? And their families, they're basically looking for a campground as a base camp, so they can go to different places on the east side. They wouldn't necessarily need to hike out of it and so
Sure.
on. There is a need over there, and I'm certainly hearing the verbal requests. So, I'm not sure how we address that.
Yeah, and we definitely recognize that there's a need. I think this is kind of a separate need, the equestrian, we want to do something for the equestrian community. We've had these Moon Hill, Penland have been on the books for many years. For various reasons, they haven't happened. We want to do something that provides for legitimate equestrian need in certain areas. I think the need for additional resources closer to the Albert is separate. It's still a need. It's an absolute need. I would direct people to Man Lake for now. We put in some picnic tables and fire rings, free dispersed camping. There's wall toilets there. I think a separate planning undertaking would be, we call it the East Side or the Albert Recreation Area Management Plan, where we would look into trailhead development, maybe some rustic camping opportunities along Frog Spring in that area, right where people are already going. My concern with Penland would be, were we to develop a campground, this is about 10 to 15 minutes from the Albert. When we build what we call an equestrian camp, and it becomes Albert overflow.
Yeah.
You know, you saw that at South Steens Equestrian during the pandemic. Family camp, people using the equestrian side.
Yeah.
That's not something I want to see happen here. So I think they're both needs, but they're separate actions. Finding some additional public access to the east side of Steens Mountain, providing additional camping opportunities closer to the Albert, additional trail opportunities for that area. We also have the equestrian need. So I'll keep talking about Penland.
How heavy does Man Lake get used? Is the use at Man Lake high or?
They definitely, I mean, it's used currently, bird hunters. Now that there's water in the lake and they're considering trying to reestablish a fishery, that use can increase. There's a lot of use for people that intend to go to the Albert and don't make it. They want to spend the night there, or it's too busy on the Albert.
How many days of the year would you need to overflow? Is it completely full? I would ask it. How many days of the year is Man Lake completely full?
So we put in 5 or 6 dispersed sites, and I don't see it totally full. I would, I'm not out there very frequently. I would assume
But you can kind of, you can drive in there to see if it's beat out. I mean,
yeah,
you can get a feel for how much use is there.
I do have a traffic counter, Barry. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I want to say it's a few hundred a month. But a lot of those people are just going in to use the wall toilet and coming back out. So I don't have a good idea of the overnight use in an average year, and it's going to probably increase now that there's actually water in the lake. And it would definitely increase were they to reestablish a pond and fishery out there.
And I guess maybe you hit another point that when there's water in the lake and there's a lake, you see use increase. A lot of these other sites we talk about, there's no attraction there. It's
That's another thing.
juniper trees, sagebrush, cheatgrass, hot rocks, mountain snakes.
If you go all the way up Barrington and get up on the rim, beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
But is the average recreationist gonna do that? I don't think so.
I've been exploring the east side for decades and camping and hiking. The place that draws everybody down is the hot springs. And obviously, that's being privately managed by the Albert Ranch. But that area is very popular with people. They either want to camp on the Albert Desert, or they want to camp on the hillside up above the hot springs. And I know if you go beyond Albert Ranch's private property, you hit BLM property, where the Weston brothers used to have a place. And there's some very nice land up there that belongs to the BLM. I wonder if has there ever been thought about developing that for a campground, whether it's a normal campground or for equestrians.
Yes, there are some plans, I wouldn't say develop camping as much as trailhead development. So you have Weston Basin Road, you have Indian Creek Road. There's a whole network that connects into existing trail. So Pipe Creek Trail, Dry Creek Trail, numerous backpacking opportunities out there. And as I mentioned, this East Side or Albert Recreation Area Management Plan would encompass that. Additional trailhead development, trail connectivity, and developed camping. Whether that developed camping is close to Burbank Spring or somewhere else along East Steens Road, I think that's separate. A
little bit what brought us to here with Penland was, we had this 2015 comprehensive rec plan that made decisions to develop equestrian camp at Moon Hill and at Penland. Recently, we were funded with the Inflation Reduction Act funding, and we had submitted Penland as one of our projects on that business plan based on conversations with the SMAC and the Backcountry Horsemen. And as we start looking at it deeper, the EA level planning is one thing, but when you actually start looking at the costs of development on the ground and start looking at contracting, it brings up a whole different series of, it gets a lot more real and you really get the idea of the trade-offs at that point. So that's what kind of brought Kyle, and we have talked with the Backcountry Horsemen about this. It's like, well, if you had to choose, which do you think is a more important site? And when they were kind of indicating that it was Moon Hill, it's like, well, this is not a wise investment to try to develop this site. So Penland. But all of your questions about the Alvord and East Side Recreation are good, but they're not really like what we're trying to get to this, because we need to kind of decide whether Penland's a viable project or not.
Yeah, I brought this up just because they're so close. Like you said, they're only
it's all related, definitely.
Definitely related, and yes, I'm well aware of the issues on the Albert, and it's an area that could use additional public access, additional opportunities for backpacking, hiking, camping.
So it's a question of, there's a need, and that's the steps. There is a need to establish another equestrian site. The question is where? Is that where we're at?
Pretty much.
And then,
I don't think it would be worthwhile to try to undertake Penland and Moon Hill.
And I think also from yesterday's field trip, we brought up that there's a safety grouse issue there present at Moon Hill that needs to be addressed. So it's not all, all the issues are not just at Penland.
Sure, and I'll get to Moon Hill quickly. The one really important thing I want to bring up, and Pat O'Grady is on Zoom, I assume, so he can hopefully answer your questions better than I can, but there is a significant cultural site within the Penland parcel. And it was framed to me that Penland was retained for recreational development, but talking with Pat and with Don, it sounds like the cultural significance was a major reason why this parcel was retained. So prior to any ground disturbing activity, site development, there would have to be additional work to determine, can we develop? Where can we develop? What's the significance of this cultural site? That's just another complexity and maybe limiting factor to a campground development.
one last question on this. How significant is this encroachment by the Alvord on places like Penland? Is that a real, to me, as an outsider, I've never been over in the Alvord when those hordes come, but is that a serious issue with the encroachment from the overflow from Alvord onto sites like Penland? Or is that yet to be determined?
I think it would be difficult for me to make assumptions. Like I said, it's pretty clear that there's a demand for developed camping near the Albert. People are paying the Albert Hot Springs $50 a night for a tent site.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a demand for that. I think if we were to put a campground with a vault restroom, with water, with trash service, there is a very good likelihood that people from the Albert are fine that.
Because I have seen very slight but very polite encroachment at Riddle Ranch from the family camp to the horse camp. And that's not, those people are polite. I get the impression they're not over at the Albert during those periods.
One of the interesting things about the management of the recreation program is that there's kind of two different schools of thought, and Kyle talked about the first one, which is we should develop things that are in response to use patterns that we're seeing.
Oh,
The flip side of that is, well, you could go with like a build it and they will come philosophy, in which we try to influence the use patterns by building facilities in certain places to try to pull people and push use to certain areas. And we do a little bit of one or the other at different times in the rec program, but I think it's important not to go way too far to the side of like, well, let's just build this horse camp and then we'll get all the equestrians there, because if it doesn't work that way, then you've kind of wasted some important financial resources that we're getting into this.
Yeah, and one of the biggest pieces of feedback I receive from the backcountry horsemen, from people just calling and emailing, people with pack stock, mules, horses, whatever, they want something separate. They want something specifically designed for their needs.
Yeah.
So it would be a real shame to develop a campground with the intent for it to be for equestrian use and then have it overrun with other uses.
yeah, that could be ugly.
Sure. And I guess the last consideration, I want to be transparent about what campground development potentially could cost. You know, and this is full development at Penland. And of course, these are all estimates. Well, toilets, very expensive. 30 to 50 grand for one end. Well development, you know, you look at Moon Hill, a great deal of money was spent in exploration there. That's tens of thousands of dollars. Fencing materials, just materials. If you're gonna put a perimeter fence around Penland, around an equestrian site, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Then you're looking at the additional, just the site itself, picking tables, fire rings, hitching rails, corrals, etc. That's not including road improvements, graveling, cattle guards. I mean, if you've been out to that site, you know that road, there would have to be a lot done for ingress and egress of a large horse trailer. So, you know, there's a lot of cost associated with that site, where maybe Moon Hill would be a better use of those funds and something that could be done potentially a lot cheaper. The other things to consider, you'd have to look into the cultural site. That would have to be determined before any ground disturbing is done. There's also the labor and the construction costs. You know, Don alluded to it a little bit, but we have, you know, 4 of our normal 10 recreation staff. So we don't have dedicated staff that are going to be out building a new campground. They're out trying to keep our established sites safe and open to the public. As well as trail development. I mean, building a 4-mile trail in that terrain, even if I use a cheap youth crew, it's going to be tough, it's going to be costly, and it may reclaim if it doesn't receive the use. So I'm not saying this to say that we should never do anything at Penland. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what it would look like and the potential for use. Would it really serve the public need, or is there a better spot for that?
This seems like a non-issue. I mean, that's the last place you'd want to do it. Quite frankly, everything that you said, I mean, I would just take it off the table.
Well, I think, yeah, I don't want to say like totally take it off the table. I mean, it still does provide access to CMPA. Obviously, in that part, there's a lot of private land interface that limits public access. You know, Albert Hot Springs controls a lot of access on that side. So I think there is some benefit to that parcel, but is a full campground development the answer? Maybe not. I don't know. So I guess in the short term, getting some feedback. I'm not sure who's all on Zoom currently, but I did invite some of the neighboring landowners close to the Penland parcel. During public feedback time, hope to get some information from them. You know, they're out there every day. They're gonna know more about the use patterns than I am.
Well, every time we drive out there, SMAC, they always show up. They want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's feedback we want as well. So, you know, in the short term, there is barbed wire fence that kind of bisects that parcel. You know, putting in a gate there to allow easier access for people were they to want to get in there. I still do think that, especially during hunting season, there is gonna be some level of use, probably minimal, but we want to facilitate that. And I can also put in an infrared trail counter to really get some good data about what kind of use we're seeing. You know, I assume that it's very little, but I can't say that unequivocally at this point. So, you know, like I said, our goal here is to respond to the recreational needs, improve public land access, maximize the public benefit, and also be good stewards of this money.
Real quick, the thing with that site, the place you want to access is the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
The reality is, to get to the top of the mountain, you're better to come from South Steens.
Yeah, yeah.
And so really what that site does is it gives you access to the hillside, which there are some uses and some values there, or up Wild Horse Canyon. But again, the gem of Wild Horse Canyon is Wild Horse Lake, you're better off to come from the top. So what does that site really provide the public? It's the advantage of that versus Moon Hill is you can use it probably 12 months of the year.
Yeah.
Year round. That's an advantage. Moon Hill's open 4 or 5 months a year or something, a limited time. But where you go from there is so limited. Now versus what Cliff was saying, if you're further up the east side and you go west and then you stay on the east rim and you go there's lots of country that's open up. But from this site, you're not going to be able to ride from the Penland campsite to the east face because you've got private land in the way.
Yeah, that's a good way to frame it.
So then you end up having to haul around. Well, if you're gonna haul around, you might as well, you know, you stay a lot of different places. So I think choosing that equestrian site and thinking about where it allows you to go is so critical. To make it, if you can park and camp and ride and get somewhere, people will use it. But it's pretty tough to go anywhere right there. Couple of different directions, you run into private land. The other side, you run into a pretty tough trail.
I agree with Stacy, and I think you have to consider, like, how interesting is the landscape wherever you might put in a campground, you know, and is it beautiful? Is it unique? Is it accessible to the place that people want to go? And the place that you're proposing, Penland, I've seen it from the road. I've never hiked up there just because I've never felt compelled to go up there. I mean, it seems nice, but not as interesting to me as some of the other places, like closer to Albert Hot Springs. When you get up on some of the dirt roads up there, it's breathtaking landscape and very interesting. So if there's a question about where do you allocate your resources and money to develop something, I'd really consider, like, what is the value, what's the experience going to be? Sure, the person who's going to use this area.
Well, something to understand that 25 years ago, when this Penland idea was exploded, there was very little dispersed use on the Albert Desert.
Right.
We've seen that explode in the last 25 years.
For sure.
So we want to make sure we're adequately responding to the need. So switching gears a little bit, visited, you know, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, just taking off what Stacy said about how rugged that is and how hard it is for an accomplished horseman like yourself that rides every day to get up there. It almost seems to me that it might be worthwhile to bail out on the equestrian idea because the dispersed are, and just say, we got to give into what reality is right now rather than some ideal and say, the Albert is getting hammered so badly, we really probably ought to focus on Albert access camping, because that's what people are wanting. You know, if we don't have this big huge demand for going up a very, very steep and rocky hill that's gonna be costing thousands of dollars to build a trail into that's gonna get overgrown in 5 years. Let's just forget it and do what the people are, what the public's demanding right now. Even if they're not registering on your website or making comments,
Sure.
they're there.
Yeah.
Seeing Moon Lake yesterday and the people that I hang around with in Central Oregon that ride horses. I would much rather go up there than go to the Alvord side, especially when there's people there. You know, given the state of our ability to ride in rough terrain. Yeah, I think it would make sense to debate on it.
There has been interest in that east side, in that Penland area, and like what Kyle said, I think one of the reasons it was initially retained in that land exchange is people have been looking at it as a possible recreation area, but so, I mean, there has been interest there, it's not.
There's a big difference between has been and current demand, though.
So we're gonna have Teresa and then we're gonna keep going.
Well, and this is like obviously not 100% related to Steens, but it's related to our conversation about the L board. I have been thinking a lot about the increased use and nesting snowy plovers because I have had friends who are like taking pictures of nests on the playa, and I'm like, cool, where's the bird that you flushed off that nest? So from a bird conservation perspective, the increased use on the L board, because a lot of that involves driving, a lot of that involves driving where the snowy plovers are, and it overlaps with snowy plover nesting. I've just been thinking a lot about, like, yeah, this idea of saying, could we relieve some of that pressure from the L board by having a family campsite that is not right on the L board? Like, I'm interested in us being able to think about that, like how that fits in with some of the issues just around protecting the birds that are using the playa for nesting, but.
Sure. That's a good point. I'll try to be quick here. We already talked about Moon Hill a bit yesterday. Similar to Penland, comprehensive recreation plan, there's a pretty prescriptive development plan already in place. There were some attempts, multiple attempts, to find water, they were unsuccessful. You know, it's been dormant for that reason. I don't think, you know, not being able to drill a well should stop us from putting something in that serves the public need. Is it gonna be a full development right away? No, but does that mean we can't put in picnic table, fire ring, hitching post, corral for a handful of equestrian pack stock users to get up there and have a place off the North Loop Road? You know, I think that's in the short term, some limited development to give that option will be better than saying, oh, we can't find water, we shouldn't do this campground.
Can I ask a really silly question about not having water there? Like when people go camping somewhere where there's no water, just like without animals, they pack water. Do equestrian users, if they know they're going somewhere where there won't be water, just pack their own water? So
They
like,
can, but they would rather not.
Yeah, they need to pack more. I mean,
Right.
it's.
Horses drink a lot.
they do. Mostly I was just thinking in years where the pond doesn't look like it did yesterday. As long as people know that there's not water there, they would be able to be prepared to bring
Yeah,
water for their
we
horses
would-
and whatnot.
Provide information about that. We do have Fish Lake nearby, which does have a water source. People
Right.
want to fill up there. So what I'm trying to say is that just because we weren't successful with a well, that shouldn't totally kill this project. So real quickly, a handful of sites off the Moon Hill Road. Like I said yesterday, there's heavy recreational use already present. You know, it's a short season, 4 to 6 months, and we're seeing hundreds of vehicles a month up there. Obviously, you know, you saw the fire pits yesterday. These are already disturbed areas, already used areas. So that's a key difference from the Penguin parcel. Something else to mention, we have a partner group that is interested. The Steens chapter of the Backcountry Horsemen. They've gotten some more membership recently. They're looking to get more involved, and they've at least expressed interest in helping us develop some sort of equestrian camping opportunity off of the North Loop Road. So a few photos. You know, and this is just a crude rendering, obviously. You're right off of the main access to Steens Mountain Loop Road. There's a handful of already disturbed areas. And again, that would facilitate equestrian access.
Does that always dry up at the end of the summer?
It fluctuates year to year. That's the fullest I've seen it in the 5 years I've been here, but you know, I don't know the history.
But it coordinates when the loop road is open. It may go dry when the loop road is open.
I don't know if it's gonna go dry this year or not, but you know, it's not something that I would rely on for the long term as a surface water source.
Is this Lily Lake or where in the map is it?
That's the pond we were at.
This is
Oh,
where we were
okay.
yesterday. Yeah.
That's, Moon.
So what we would think about doing short term, and obviously we brought up the sage grouse conformance. There's new guidance there. Want to make sure we're following that, but like I've said, this is an already disturbed area. We were trying to use already disturbed sites and just develop where people are already using that area. So very basic, picnic table, fire ring, hitching rail, small corral, site posts, basic signing to make sure people can get out there. Then we would look at how is it used, is there having demands, and then we talk about adaptive management. If there's a huge demand for this, if these 2 sites isn't enough, 3 sites, then we can look at the more expensive parts of a campground.
A controlled development, keeping an eye on the place so it doesn't get out of hand.
Sure. So, you know, if down the road, we need to do road improvements, get the permitting and get a bulk restroom installed, manure dump, water tanks. That's something potential for the long term, but in the short term, developing a couple basic sites so that people, especially during hunting season, can put their animals up there and use it, you know, that's the goal.
Where are you expecting folks to ride from this site? Where are you hearing from backcountry horsemen that they wanna go, that they wanna access?
Yeah, you know, I think the Cold Spring to Nye Trail and Wet Blanket, you know, I don't know how comfortable people are riding right in the loop road or right off the loop road, or if they would wanna just load their animals up and drive to a trailhead. But I have heard a lot from people that they want someplace to camp for the night with their animals.
When we talked about it years ago, their proposal is to head, this would be mostly straight east and head for McCoy.
Yeah.
And then they'd stay north of the loop road essentially. And then go around the head of McCoy to access the head of Kiger, and they could go about anywhere.
Oh, well, yeah, you can ride.
And then they would they'd go below Fish Creek or Fish Lake campground and somehow weave through there to get to the south. Some of those folks laid it out on a map. Not the exact trail they used, but the overall flow of horse traffic.
So really quickly, this was put together by a predecessor of mine. This is just what a potential development could look like. This is by no means exactly what would happen, but just an idea of what full development could entail for that site.
Why fence it?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that.
So, you know, I will defer to the equestrian people for this, but, you know, they talk about security, they talk about an animal getting away. I would much rather not fence it from a cost perspective, from a labor perspective, from a maintenance perspective. But I would definitely want to hear more, especially from the backcountry horsemen about what their thoughts are about fences.
But was that their thoughts about fencing? Backcountry people?
I'm not sure who, you know.
Lee, what are the conflicts with sage grouse? What time of year are the birds using that area?
That's all summer range, you know, which it's closed for most of the year. Most of the year when that's closed, the birds aren't going to be there. I mean, in terms of direct impacts to sage grouse, you know, what I would be concerned about would be just the additional human disturbance. That said, the loop road's already is a bit of a sacrifice zone within some distance to either side of it.
This is close enough to the loop road. that
Yeah,
almost
it's real
already
close.
in.
Well, and I hadn't seen that map when we were talking about it yesterday either. I wasn't really sure, you know, if we were talking about just putting in something right at that aspen stand and the next aspen stand down and the next aspen stand down. And so, you know, I think honestly impacts would be pretty minimal from this.
The fence starts to increase it.
The fence, you know, the fence would be a concern for sure. And a bucking pole would be a heck of a lot better than a wire fence around that.
I think that was the original.
Yeah.
What they were talking about, not a wire.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just that additional human disturbance, you know, and whenever I hear campground, whenever I hear additional people on the landscape, potentially, I'm thinking about what are we doing with trash? Is there going to be additional water on the landscape? How does this impact raven populations? That's, you know, honestly, I've gotten about to the point where I think a much larger portion of human impact to sage grouse is just by having more ravens. And if you give them more to eat, there will be more ravens. So.
How many more UTVs are gonna be running?
Yeah.
So you've got your circle of high impact, but then.
Yeah.
Good.
Is that area is already closed to all off-road travel. So any UTV use would have to stay on the roads. So it's.
Yep, and like I said, it's well used, you know, I could pull up the traffic counter to you, and I wanna say it's a few hundred vehicles per month already using it. And there are numerous dispersed sites as you work your way down Lincoln Road already, so I'm not convinced just by improving existing disturbed sites that we're gonna draw in more people. We're just gonna better suit their needs, hopefully.
Do you see many people with horse trailers parked in those aspen stands camping? I normally notice
more in the fall.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's the most common use, you know, larger RVs, you know, multiple RVs.
Yeah, that's what I normally see there is RVs and UTVs and four-wheelers
and hopefully by putting in a few sites right where we were at yesterday, specifically for equestrian, and then the other already disturbed areas further down Moon Hill could still accommodate those other uses.
Well, and I mean, the other thing is, you know, there's a benefit for sage grouse in particular, but wildlife in general, there's a benefit to taking a dispersed impact and making it concentrated. So this one's, I mean, this isn't, I don't think that sage grouse is a deal breaker here as long as we make sure to read the plan and guidance and follow that. Just thinking about it biologically, I don't think it's a deal breaker.
Kyle, I got a question. Do you have any feel for out of area people coming here? And what I was thinking about is you will have hunters who are familiar, and they're a different sort of breed of cat on horseback. I brought some friends out from the Bend area to the horse camp in October, and they just loved it out here, and they'll probably tell other people. And so, and that's a different, they're just coming out for recreational horse use. But I would suspect that traditionally you've had local people here hunting in the fall on horseback and that, and they treat the land a little bit differently, and they're familiar with the area. But you may have people coming from even the valley with horse trailers and want to ride in the Steens and know nothing about it. And that's sort of a different breed of cat to accommodate people. So that the South Steens campground is nice to do that because it's easy access, easy trails, et cetera, et cetera. But if you start creating more sites, you know, what's the use? Who's using them? Is it designed for people hunting in the fall? Because I do Riddle Ranch during the hunting season, and that's an interesting breed of cat that comes in there. And I think it's a different recreational use for local people hunting up there. Or maybe the road's closed by then, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. We want to meet the need of any equestrian user. You know, equestrian use overall is fairly low. It's probably less than 1%
of our
use. I only say that based on the amount of people that pay to use South Steens campground, so I'm not encompassing all of the dispersed use, but overall, it's a pretty small population, and overall, equestrian recreation, from what I've read, is declining. Whereas other recreational uses are increasing. But we still want to provide for it.
Yeah, we just spent an hour on it.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll get out of here and move on. to
You're all the same. Because
So maybe, can we take action on this, or what do we do with it?
I think let's finish this, do the rest of the IRS stuff, and then I have a note about what you guys could potentially do. For the next couple of minutes, you guys can get your lunches together if you want to eat at the table, while Kala does her presentation. We're just a little behind at the moment. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to grab your lunches and then return to the space. If you order your lunch, it's in that bag box over there. It should have your name on it. Dash. We're up on All right, we are gonna get started again. I think Stacy made a good point, in talking with Kala about it. We could talk right now if you guys want to formalize some sort of recommendation back to the DLM about what Kyle talked about. I know in the past with previous groups, there has been recommendations on that north side camping. And then when we ran into the difficulties with drilling the well, I think the priority for the group had shifted over to Penland. Now we're seeing a lot of those conflicts, some things to consider at Penland. So we're kind of back to this playing field where we could use some input from you guys, seeing that Moon might be an option without well water. You know, there's surface water there, and Fish Lake is down the road for drinking water. So you guys could discuss a formal recommendation on one of those, if that's something you feel passionate about. Yep.
I had a question. He said he drilled down 500 feet to get water. Well, that ain't even the beginning. I'm sorry, I mean, you're 7,000 feet. How do you get water? I mean, literally,
right.
we have 500 foot water down there in the valley, you know?
And I think maybe the expectation wasn't where it should have been, but also it's very costly at this point, and I don't know if that's how we want to continue investing taxpayer dollars. So maybe in the original, there wasn't the best estimate of where we might find water and what that might cost.
So I'm just saying, you gotta figure out drilling
That's a
2,500 feet if you're gonna get water up there.
That's a big well.
You know what I'm saying? You're clear up on the mountain. You got, once you hit a spring, you're.
So that area is already in use, is it not? There's a lot of traffic at other times of the year. Well, why not just control it a little bit and monitor it and grow with it?
You guys talk about what you want to do.
Well, Tara's asked for a recommendation, and so I'm using the most formal language possible. I propose that we bail on Penland as an equestrian site and start thinking about it more seriously as an Albert overflow or whatever you want to call it site. Simply because of, well, I'm gonna just say simply because of demand and the fact that it just sounds like a god-awful trail to go up in the first place, and an awful lot of equestrians, most equestrians probably aren't gonna be that interested in it. That's my proposal. And we'll submit that for discussion.
If you had boxes to check off, Penland definitely would be written off. Now, my only question is, are there other options? I mean,
Near the outboard.
So maybe
any option.
Yeah, maybe rather than say something not to do, we just encourage them to look at Moon Hill and develop it for equestrian and further develop a plan for camping on the east side.
Yeah, that's fine too. I was just gonna have them separate. So if you want to combine it, it's okay with me.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Clearly, there's a need and an opportunity to develop recreational sites on the east side. And I propose, if it's possible, to take a field trip and be out to these sites and for the SMAC to go out there to look at some of these areas. And maybe just subjectively kind of see what's available. I need more of an opinion after that.
You know, I think that's a good idea, but what I remember is we went out to Penland maybe 2 years ago, and I wasn't aware of how difficult it would be to go anywhere on horseback from there. That was never brought up. It's the first time I've been made aware of it. Knowing all the facts.
I'll be out there in 10 days. Anybody that wants to come, I have a horse.
I may take your walk on.
Yeah.
So we have two schools of thought there. One was to recommend that we prioritize developing some sort of equine friendly camping on the North Steens and look at some overflow planning for the outboard area. And the other thought was to not recommend anything and just wait till we can get out on the ground and look and see if and where there are other options besides those two places. And Kyle, if you want to chime in on any of that. Go for it.
Yeah, I guess I would kind of look at those, the Albert as something separate. We would undertake a septic planning effort to determine trailhead golf camping, whatever issues over there that we're seeing, that would be separate than Penguin, separate from Moon Hill. I would welcome a recommendation for where to prioritize our resources for equestrian camping. And then treat the Albert as a separate issue.
That's a follow-up question to that. Are there other places on the east side that were part of this original proposal that included Penland and Moon Hill that were also proposed for equestrian sites?
Not in comprehensive recreation.
Just those two?
There's some internal ideas for not equestrian camping, but trailhead development. Better access over there, but it's separate.
Yeah, mostly I was wanting to make sure that if there were other sites that had been proposed for equestrian sites, that we at least knew they existed, but if it was just those two, that's helpful.
So I'll make a motion that we prioritize the Moon Hill Horse Equestrian Camp area for development and support Kyle and his plan to develop it in stages or steps and move forward.
Yeah, I like all that.
Okay. Motion and there's been a motion and second. Is there further discussion?
Isn't, one question though that's relevant, isn't there a horse corral at Fish Lake? Aren't there already some?
No.
Oh, they took that.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I guess I go back to one last thing. Has every potential option already been discussed, considered by Kyle? Or is that it? It's either Moon Hill or Pendleton or nothing. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You looked at everything
So
and there's no other potential spot.
No, we're leaving that open.
To say all, probably nobody could support, but there was quite a bit of effort. One of the reasons that Moon Hill location was chosen is it's already disturbed.
Right.
It's already being used. It's in a location. We had backcountry horsemen here and they talked about trailing, riding south and riding west. Far enough away from Fish Lake that they're not gonna have conflicts, but close enough that they can kind of get around Fish Lake and access the trails. There's quite a few reasons it's there. Is there a better place? Maybe. Are there other places? Yes. That one's a pretty good place. It was talked about a lot.
Yeah, people have brought up Lily Lake before as well. But that's an area that's pretty well in. It would take a lot to have easy ingress and egress for horse trailers. And we're already seeing a lot of other uses at Lily Lake.
What was the negative for water? At Moon Hill.
Yeah. Water. Yeah. I mean, ideal, you'd put a whorehouse meadows, but that's private land.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean.
So Karen?
The other thing I'm seeing is this is shovel ready and we have the money now. It's been a need for a long time. So to move ahead on something feels good.
Yeah.
And certainly look at other areas in the future. For development, for family, for infants.
Yeah. We really want to be decisive at SMAC.
Well, I'm gonna give us an opportunity since we have a quorum for the first time.
So we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If I call for the question, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, mark this on your calendar.
And did you guys want to right now provide a second recommendation for planning for overflow camping for the Alvord or East Steens area?
Stacy, you're good at this. Why don't you say something?
I have a question on that one.
Okay, Pete.
Since there's been some disturbance at Frog Springs, there.
It's something we would look at. So you have the power line road that is kind of parallels the edge of the playa. And I have to look in, I mean, this would involve legal compliance. I don't want to get pre-decision on anything, but I think a natural fit would be, Rock Spring is already used by people as a developed campus. You know, we just awarded a contract to have an enclosed dumpster station out there. We're in busy season to mitigate trash concerns. We have 2 large limits there. There's a spring, there's multiple informational kiosks. Maybe we look at putting in some poultry sites along the Color Line Road. Off of Rock. It's an option. There's other spots as well. And I think we all are aware that the use is on the fly. The camping demand should be, you know, the developed camping should be near that.
The chair will entertain a motion.
And I'm trying to figure out how to word it, because there's a need for developed camping on the east side. There's private property, there's private businesses there that are gonna be impacted one way or another. So in my mind, the spirit of the cooperative management areas would try to work with those. And then there are different user groups. And so in my mind, where I'm at probably is just discussing recreation on the east side of the Steens is a high priority to this group, and we'd like to keep it on the agenda and make progress for more developed camping. I don't know if I can go beyond that with the motion right now.
Well, I was gonna say, maybe instead of making a motion on this, right, at this meeting, at the next meeting, would there be an opportunity to hear more about where the public interest lies in the railheads and camping on the east side of the Steens? I don't know how to vote on
Well,
something
yeah,
without
and
more
I-
information, I guess.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think that's kind of where you're headed anyhow, right, Stacy? Yeah, so I agree with that 100%. So we don't need to have a motion, but I think maybe just a recommendation. I'll take a look at it. Come back. I think that.
Well, I'll put it in the minute and then
The minutes.
we'll make a follow-up for the next meeting to
Yeah.
hear some more information
Yeah.
about
Yeah,
that.
that's good. That's
Okay.
good enough. All right.
Thank you. So we'll move forward with our IRA presentation with Paula's part.
Yep, hi, I'm Paula. So I am the new IRA coordinator here with the First District, and as a part of my job, it's to help staff in the district to develop projects that are associated with this pool of IRA funding. So Inflation Reduction Act funding, I should say. So the Burns District was awarded $4 million, and that has to be invested in this southeastern Oregon restoration landscape. And so you can see on the map, that green polygon there is the area in which the funding is going to be invested. And that extends, you know, from the Steens Mountain Wilderness down to that part of Sheldon area, so that area, but it does encompass the entire CMPA. So many of the projects focus in and around the CMPA. And so there is a 15% youth engagement target for this funding as well. So, and that would include young adults as well. So under 30, there are components of these projects that need to emphasize doing work with youth. So there are 10 projects that were originally proposed for the IRA funding. And I'm gonna, you know, just briefly overview what those are. So 7 of 10 of those are land and recreation restoration oriented. So that's juniper removal, invasive annual grass treatments, some sagebrush plantings and trail maintenance. And then for the next part of this presentation, I'm going to kind of emphasize specifically on a couple of these projects, which are the Burns Street Tribes Cultural Study, Page Springs Weir, and the no livestock grazing area fence. And break in at any point to ask questions, please. I'd be happy to answer if I can. So Page Springs Weir, we didn't make it out there yesterday, unfortunately, because the trail was flooded about a mile in, but it's near French Glen. It's located in the upper segment of the Donner and Blitzen. It is on the Blitzen, which is a wild and scenic river, and that was designated in 1988. Project area is within the Red Band Trout Reserve in the Steens Mountain Wilderness, which came about in the Steens Act in 2000. And then the Steens Act also calls for the removal of the weir within the language of that act. So I think they probably many members of this group have heard about this project pretty regularly for a while. So a little bit more about the history and character. The weir was constructed by the CCC in 1937. You can see in this picture, you see when the weir is being constructed, probably in 1937 about. There is currently this active USGS gauging station, so the refuge and USGS use this to measure flows on the Blitzen. And that's, you know, in that instrument house, just 50 feet upstream from the weir. And the weir is approximately 5 feet tall. It contains 70 cubic yards of concrete and impounds an estimated 160 cubic yards of sediment. Both the weir and instrument house are eligible for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places due to the design and method of construction, as well as their association with the Mountain Refuge. So there's a need to remove the weir because the weir does not allow passage. Well, it has partial passage for red band trout, but it doesn't allow any passage for other aquatic organisms like mountain whitefish, daisy sculpin. It inhibits the natural river processes and geomorphology. It also is called for in the Steens Act to be removed, and I've placed here the exact language of that from the Steens Act. And also more recently, it does not comply with Oregon fish passage statutes, which have been adopted or adapted to include all native migratory species. So we've begun work on this, and I guess the takeaway here is, you know, we've started to develop some alternatives that may be in this EIS. And so I've used this table to break down those various methods of each stage or component. So the deconstruction method, debris removal method, and routes of ingress and egress. I think the big takeaway here, kind of staying high level, is that alternatives are likely to cover a range. So everything from, you know, manual methods of removal with what you can do in a wilderness area over, you know, without, you know, having to, you know, make some accommodations for I'm not going to say violation, but you know, something that might not be in keeping with a traditional typical wilderness use, like, you know, you'd be using more mechanized methods. And so then it goes, you know, along that spectrum from something that is, you know, Wilderness Act compliant to something that is, you know, completely mechanized and more intrusive, such as, you know, temporary road construction. And then there's this range in between.
We're required to do an analysis to determine the minimum tool necessary.
Yes, and so there is a minimum tool analysis associated with determining what method you can use in this area. And I can come back to the slide if anybody has any questions, but I'm not gonna dwell on it. We're really early stages of developing alternatives. So tentative schedule for this, there is a 2-year completion target for an EIS. And so we are looking at doing contracted NEPA support. This project has have started and stopped a few times, and a lot of that comes back to capacity limitations and staffing with BLM, unfortunately. And so I think we've determined that it's necessary to have likely a project manager for an IDT team lead, which would be contracted to keep the project rolling and keep everyone together and moving along through that process. As additional support, we'll be looking at, again, the experience services program that Don had mentioned earlier. So bringing back a couple of retired but expert members of the team to also help bring that knowledge and background to the project. And then also through cooperative agreements with OWW and Fish and Wildlife Service to also lend that experience to the team. To do a really thorough analysis with the EIS. So I guess just to kind of come back to why we feel that, you know, all of the support is needed for this analysis. The complications are the historic structure. So, you know, doing good consultation with SHPO and having a, you know, strong standing with them to do the work that's necessary to remove or modify the weir. And then, you know, wilderness I mentioned, so that minimum requirements analysis for the method of removal and debris extraction. And then also I think was mentioned earlier, the potential listing of the Western Ridge mussel as another potential complication that needs to be assessed within the analysis. So any questions on page Springs Weir before I move on to NLPA? We move along. So NLPA is the no livestock grazing area. This was also established in the Steens Act. The NLGA area is 97,000 acres within the Steens Zone wilderness. There's about 40 miles of fence to maintain. Much of it is in various states. Some of it is letdown fencing, some of it is not. We have determined that it really does need to be letdown fencing in this area just because of the high snowpack. So very challenging weather conditions that the fence faces. So that will be something that any new fencing would be modified to be let down. And then also potentially to make some small adjustments to the run of the fence to avoid some heavy snow loading, Aspen standing topography.
What is snow loading?
Snow loading, just, I mean, when you go through a valley area, for instance, you're going to get a lot more, you know, deeper snow, more compaction on your fence line through that season, as well as having to do perhaps turnout days not always aligning with when the snow is off that section of the fence. So if you're in a steeper valley area and it's getting more shade, the cows may be turned out earlier in the season and they could potentially just be walking through that valley area over your fence.
So the problem is bypass the fence.
When snow gets deeper than the fence, so snow falls, melts, freezes, creates that crust level.
Yeah.
And then over the winter, as it settles, that crust layer will break the barbed wire at the post. And that snow will smash the fence to the ground and destroy the fence.
Yeah,
and in high snowfall, heavy load areas, the fence will literally be on the ground and destroyed. You rebuild it every year. I see.
Well, even in the areas that are currently let down fence are being laid down, if you have them in areas where maybe it's topographically challenging and shaded, and the snow is not coming off very early, you know, I have a lot of photos of BLM staff out there with snow shovels, like shoveling off the fence so that they can put it back up.
Stand back up.
So pretty labor intensive to train, maintain, and erect the fence and then be successful in keeping that in the livestock area. So, the fence would also be built to hopefully minimize wildlife conflicts. So, you know, there's some considerations made to wire spacing and that type of thing and type of wires they can use. So, tentative schedule for this. We'll have crews out this summer, as Dawn had mentioned, with reports back in late summer to do the inventory for the contract. So the contracting would likely be going out in the fall. And then, you know, contracting takes some time. So probably early 2025, will be approximate award timing for that. So ideally, we'd be looking at, you know, that contracted repair and replacement occurring in, you know, summer and fall of 2025. And then there could be some maybe derelict fence removal extending into 26, just depending on how all that goes. Any questions on NLGA before we move on? So moving on to the Birds Bay Tribes Culture Study. So I will just kind of give you a brief overview of this. The project is to do as comprehensive of a cultural study as we can for the Steens area. So that's incorporating traditional ecological knowledge and systems of belief determined to be appropriate for public access. So the study could include topics, you know, tribal sovereignty, relationships between culture, self, and nature. The work would draw upon real world examples from archaeology, history, environment, ethnography, and contemporary culture, as well as land management, of course. And so it's all framed in a tribal science point of view. So we're getting that input for the Steens, management of the Steens area. And so it's essentially kind of building that vision into management for this landscape and the tribe's operation of territory. So yeah, I think it gives the BLM a better context for the tribe's traditional ecological knowledge and will help assess the effects of project development on cultural resources ultimately. Any questions on this one? So we have started to work with the tribe on outlining what that document will look like. And so mainly with the tribe paper and heritage department. So I think we're doing really good work together already on moving this project ahead. And then lastly, I just want to touch a little bit on juniper reduction projects. So I know that I think the last meeting Jeff had talked about juniper removal and reduction on the landscape. And you know, we've seen a lot of juniper woodland expansion as a result of years of fire suppression. And so that's just something that, and I know Andy just talked about this for Bridge Creek. So, you know, there's a lot of species that we look to as kind of indicators for habitat, and that includes sage grouse and mule deer. And so we're kind of couching restoration projects in, you know, their habitat needs. And so that's kind of some of the nexus for why juniper removal is occurring on the lands. And some of those projects are IRA funded. And specifically those areas are in the La Sariga area. So that's over on the south end at the base of the Steens, and then Best Lake, which is outside of Diamond. And then also, you know, there's the spring and seep restoration component as well. So you often see those, you know, springs and seeps areas come back after doing some juniper removal specifically in those important ecological areas. And I just also wanted to highlight that we've done a little bit of work recently on helping our contractors to identify the difference between young trees and old growth juniper. And so because juniper would have been, you know, essentially controlled to rockier hillsides by, you know, recurrent fires and, you know, probably a more regular fire regime in the past. A lot of the trees that would have been in rocky outcroppings or, you know, yeah, mostly rocky outcroppings, areas where fire wouldn't have been very prevalent, you know, low veg component that wouldn't carry the fire. You know, you would have seen those trees there, and some of them have been there for a very long time, thousand years, you know, I mean, so there's some very, very old juniper out there on the landscape. So the idea is to try and help contractors differentiate between, areas that have seen a drastic expansion of juniper and those that actually would have had juniper present, and have some legacy trees and a lot of cultural importance as well. There's some pretty cool trees out there. So we made up this juniper guide just to help contractors get a visual representation of what old growth juniper looked like and what those newer marks of trees look like, and try and help differentiate and save some of the really old trees out there. Any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so the $4 million, that doesn't sunset. You've got that. You don't have to spend it immediately.
I guess I'll say that there's definitely some pressure to obligate the funding fairly quickly and get those projects underway.
So I mean, you're gonna come up with estimates for all this stuff, but at the end of the day, you don't know how much everything's gonna cost. So are you setting up a priority where, okay, number one is the weir, number two is this, number three is that, and you just walk down through the food chain, and hopefully there's enough money left over to do all 7, but if not, you might do 5.
So
and is that process in place? And if it is, maybe you could shed some light on what would be the number 1 and number 2 projects.
Yeah, so when the when the funding was initially opened up, there are actually projects associated with those applications. So for each of those 10 projects, there was an application for a certain amount of funding for each of those projects, and that's how that's being managed. So there is funding tied to each of those components. And I think you characterized it well. There are maybe some that are floating to the top and, maybe need a little bit more attention from the offset to make sure that they're underway. We'll get all the funding for them. But for the most part, I think, we're looking at like a pretty close timeline to be able to obligate most of the funding towards all 10 with a few tweaks, right? Because we found out more information about certain areas, specifically Kyle's presentation on Penland. So there may be some, reorientation of funding towards maybe fully funding some of the projects that we have that are existing, or supporting projects like more Steens, for instance, or other things that may need some funding.
So it sounds like because of the Steens Act, we're required to take the weir out. That's gone. I mean, that's just gone. It's just a matter of how it's going to be done.
Well, I mean, we've been required, I'm not sure, if that's the right word, but we've been required to take the weir out for more than 20 years, and we haven't because it's a very complicated and expensive proposition. And until we actually had funding and an opportunity to do, we weren't going to move forward. So we are moving forward now. But just because it's in the Steens Act, it doesn't mean it's going to immediately happen. And travel management, we were supposed to do travel management, but that has been a really difficult thing to get accomplished as well. So, I mean, it's in the Steens Act. We're attempting to do it with the funding and the opportunity that we have, but it just because it's in the Steens Act doesn't necessarily.
Okay. I just think in terms of, could somebody come back and say, you had the money, you were supposed to do it, you didn't do it. Who's going to sue us? Who's going to,
Well, and with regards to IRA, the funding for the Page Springs weir is specific to the EIS. And because we have this, some obligation to, make sure that the funding is getting, I'm gonna use the word obligation again, that there may be, there's quite the timeline for an EIS to be completed, so 2 years. And then once that's completed and there is a decision, then you move into talking about implementation and what that timeline looks like. So
is the funding enough to remove the weir? Because there's a lot.
The funding is for the EIS, it's not for removing the weir, is what Ella just said.
Yeah, because the funding is bizarre.
So that's an important thing to think about all of these projects is we really, internally in BLM, we don't have the capacity to do any of these. All of these are relying on partners or contracts with outside groups. So, someone asked about the money going away. If we get the money obligated in contracts, I think the idea is that money is committed. We'll manage those contracts and hopefully these projects move towards completion through the contracting, process or through those outside routes.
With the Page Springs where EIS how does the, like, potential for carp getting up the river, like, how do all of those complications that are not necessarily directly connected to the removal of the weir, like, how are those included in the EIS, or are they?
They would be.
Okay, so it'd be like, if we take it out with these methods, here's what could happen downstream if we remove it and carp get up, this is, okay.
Yeah, in order for your decision to be durable, you need to consider, inadvertent effects,
Thank you, inadvertent effects, that's definitely what I meant.
And so, yeah, and Mike had asked a question about what's a FONSI, which is a finding of no significant impact. We would not be signing a FONSI for the Page Springs weir. That's a significant impact because of all the issues that Cal just mentioned. So there will be significant effects and they'll be disclosed in the EIS.
and that's why it's an EIS and not an EA.
Right, okay.
So any more IRA questions for Kala? Wow.
Sure.
Right. So the next item on our agenda is our part of the strategic planning for the SMAC, and that is the strategic initiative portion. So as we mentioned earlier, we are not going to be talking about what is specified on the agenda, the conflicting language in the Steens Act, but we will talk about the document the SMAC had originally wrote and then edited in 2020 and has been re-looked at for reasonable use, reasonable access for reasonable use. And those documents are on the SMAC Google Drive. The version that Mike and company put together is on the table as a handout if you want to look at it on paper. I don't have the original version on paper, but if you think that you need it or you didn't bring a copy you already have, I can print those for you. So, Mike, I guess I'll let you open the conversation and then there may be lots to say about it and we'll see where it goes.
Right, well,
He ran away.
he ran away. I was gonna, I asked Butch to start off with this.
Okay.
And so, and then we can continue the discussion.
All right, did you print at least one copy of the original? Because I was gonna look it up on my computer, but I can't even answer my email to get to your.
I forgot, I also have the list of things that Mike wrote out, so you don't have to go hunting for the major changes. I have that. So you guys can just take one of those and be able to compare it. So let me send some of those to the printer.
Thank you. I felt like I was being really prepared, but I was wrong. I just.
Right, Butch, you're on.
Okay. My voice, sir. So at the conclusion of the last meeting, there was discussion regarding possibly revisiting, this was the formal terminology, the reasonable access to reasonable use document that was created a couple of years ago. And so just stepping back a minute, something I used to work for, we used to talk about looking at documents with a second set of lenses. Every once in a while, even though you had a document that might have been established or accepted, every once in a while, you know, things change and you gotta go and take a look and see if it's still appropriate. So what Mike and I want to do is touch base on two things. One, the issue regarding the current and potential revisions, if necessary, of the current document. Okay. And then the second one was something that kind of came up as we used that second set of lens. And so let me just kind of talk about a potential scenario. We have a landholder who has a large piece of property down by the South Steens campus. And third, fourth generation family. And, they will that property to a great grandson who lives someplace and has never been in Oregon, doesn't know how to spell the word Steens. Okay? And you find lithium on that property, okay? And so that person decides, what the heck, I'm gonna sell it. I'll sell it to this company and, you know, maybe we'll have a lithium mine and I'll even make some more money. So in order to build that lithium mine, you'd have to change the size of the bridge that got at the crossing. You might have to put in a gas power plant, maybe right at the side of the road. Bring in heavy equipment, use water from the creek, build the road maybe to be able to accommodate multiple large trucks coming through, okay? And you sit there and say, okay, based on the Steens Act, could that happen? Could that happen? All right. And in looking at the, and I'll preface this by the group that put this document together did a great job. But at the end of the day, it really can't legally interpret what I just said. And one of the big questions is, do we want to, in advance of any problems going down the line, somehow solidify this so it's as ironclad as you can get so that that wouldn't happen?
It would be a violation of the Steens Act because nothing can go in. It would
You,
change
this
the
is what you're
character.
saying. Okay, let me,
It would change the character of the place
okay,
as
I
a
want to get,
kind of designation.
I understand
And we
that.
talked through that a lot when we made the
I
original document.
understand that, but apparently, permitting process, okay, is up to the state and the county. And they don't necessarily have to follow the Steens Act. Okay, I'm just saying, I could be totally wrong, we could be totally wrong. You've got all kinds of different interpretations. In my opinion, this is the 800-pound gorilla. You're familiar with Bristol Bay and in Alaska, what's happening there with the Pebble Mine and
Yes.
2 decades worth of lawsuits. We don't need that, okay? You know, our job is to kind of anticipate where a problem could be and do our best to get it resolved. And it might not be 100%, but for us to sit here as a group and say, we're interpreting the legal position of what would happen down the road, I don't think that's what we should do personally.
So in your example, this mine would be an in-building that would need a road built to it. Because that's what this reasonable access has to do with that.
Okay, this is your interpretation. What I'm
No,
saying,
I'm saying that's what this document was for. And so I'm asking you, are you applying in this scenario something that actually would fall within what the purpose of the document was?
what I'm saying is that as I'm reading, and there's a paraphrase here, basically the state of Oregon and the county decide the permitting. Do they have to follow the Steens Act? And it doesn't say that.
We would recommend to the BLM that they not allow a road to be
I'm
built.
talking about the legal system, I'm not talking about us.
All right, so I think what we're looking at is we have to remember what you're saying is state and county are gonna be what determines land use, right? And you're asking, do those people have to pay attention to what the access could be or what the means are to get there to use it for reasonable use, right?
What I'm saying is that there are so many potential complications the way this is written, okay? There's so many different scenarios. And if the county has the power to allow a lithium mine, then we might sit there and say, well, this document says that you can't do that. That's gonna go to court, okay? That's gonna be litigated forever, okay? And money talks. And again, if you look at some of the stuff that's happening in Bristol Bay in Alaska and all the money that's going in there, none of us want that. And all I'm saying is that going forward, I think it behooves us as the stewards of the Steens Act, okay, to do our best to kind of pin this down, okay, so that we don't have to worry about it.
We as a group don't get to determine reasonable use though.
Your
Reasonable
revisions pin it down.
That's part.
Your revisions pin it down enough for you?
What's that?
The revisions that you and Mike put in?
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. I think we did, I think we did a good job to kind of potentially tighten things up. But I still see, and I could be totally wrong, because this is my voice, not necessarily, might me together, but I've been involved in too many lawsuits in the insurance profession over 40 years, and I've seen how this stuff can blow up. And all I'm saying is that down the road, somewhere along the line, I think we want to get this, we want to get the ambiguity out of here. Okay, so that I don't know how you do this, I don't know how we do it, but somehow, some way, make it so that something like that can't happen. Because right now, I don't think anybody can guarantee that, no, you can't do a lithium mine. Okay, if it's permitted by the county, if it's decided by the state, do you think that we have jurisdiction over that?
Let me step in here for a second. Butch. I practiced law for some 35 years and been writing briefs for courts and stuff like that, in which you have to make your best argument and have no gaps at all in your analysis in order to persuade some judge what he or she should do in terms of ruling in favor of your client. And when I looked at the excellent document that was prepared by Helmer and Company, that was the one that came out in 2000, I said, this is all very good and we're getting to where we need to go in it. But there were some gaps in the analysis of how we got there. And so that's what I attempted to take care of by looking at it to fill in the gaps of what were implicit in that document, but not specifically set forth. And one of them had to do with what the Steens Act really spoke about in terms of use and the like. And the Steens Act, so far as it is concerned with use of the land in terms of reasonable access and reasonable use, only has to do with development of the land. If you're not going to develop your land, this is where I came out on the thing, where if you're not going to develop your land, but somebody wants access to it, and he says, this is what my use is, and we look at your use and it doesn't involve development. So far as I can tell from the reading of the act, the Steens Mountain Advisory Council has no role because we don't have any basis for determining what is reasonable. What's reasonable is, and the Helmer document made it clear, what's reasonable is the dictionary term reasonable. And without any further, and that's what the Helmer document says. So we have to say, okay, well, what is reasonable? And what the Helmer document said is, well, essentially what's reasonable is what's permitted by Oregon law. So this is where our jurisdiction comes in. If somebody comes in and says, I want to just get to my place so I can put a yurt on it and clear out a bunch of juniper and aspen tree and put a yurt up on it, and it doesn't require a permit from Harney County or the state of Oregon to do that sort of thing. SMAC has no ability, cannot say, we think that that's an unreasonable use of the property. And the reason we can't say it is because it would be an arbitrary and capricious decision by SMAC, because there are no standards by which we determine what is reasonable. The decision that would be made by SMAC would be a majority of vote of the members of SMAC who could say, anything that they wanted to as to what is reasonable or what isn't, because there are no standards. And that's what was trying to make clear, is that if there are no standards, any decision that we would make would not hold up in court. Because it would, a landowner, in the law, a landowner has to know what he or she can do with the land. You know, and he's put on notice by statute as to this is a permitted use or this is not a permitted use. But you just can't go up to somebody and say, well, this isn't a permitted use because we don't like it. That's all that my analysis of this was doing. It didn't tamper with the dictionary use of reasonable. And so what we came up with is if it doesn't require any permit at all, we really essentially cannot stick our noses into it. What we can stick our noses into is the access question. And the access question has to do with, I can never remember this because my memory's not very good anymore, but it has to do with the character and uses of the land at the time the Steens Act was passed. And so that has to do, that's where development comes in. So Joe Schmo says, I want to build a resort up on Steens Mountain in my in-holding. And I want reasonable access to get to my in-holding and build a big sky resort on my 600 acres or my whatever it is I have up there, and I want you to do that. Then we can stick our nose into it because we can say what were the uses and characteristics of the land at the time the Steens Act was enacted. And we look at the uses and the characteristics of the land at the time the Steens Act was enacted, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have the exact language here. And we say, well, gee whiz, there wasn't anything up there that looked like big sky.
Mike,
Huh?
I need you to land this plane.
No, I'm not gonna land this plane. Pardon me. All right. There was no such thing as a big sky resort up there at the time the Steens Act was enacted. Therefore, it is not compatible with the character and uses of the land at the time the act was enacted, and you don't get to do that. And that's all that I really did in this, is to try and clarify those issues. And then there's also the issue of you can't build any roads at all versus, well, you can build some roads in order to give reasonable access. And we kind of have a Trumbull decision that said you can't unduly burden the act. It can't be unduly burdensome. I took that decision to mean that, well, you know, the reasonable access can't be unduly burdensome to the land. But by the same stretch, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. And the imposition of the statute or the language of what's reasonable access also can't be unduly burdensome to the landowner. Because that's what the act says. It doesn't mean, and I'm just looking at the language of the Steens Act. That's all that we were trying to do here. And essentially, in the end of the day, we changed nothing in terms of what the final thing says, which is the analysis, the steps that the SMAC goes through in order to make this decision. I just tried to fill in some gaps of the analysis that the Helmer group didn't make, which I thought was an excellent piece of an excellent document, but it just had some gaps that needed to be filled in. Now, you can agree with me or not, but we all wound up at the same place, and I think what I tried my best to do was and Butch and I worked over this and had, I don't know how many conversations regarding it. What we tried to do is to make this as tight a document that would hold up in court if it got there, theoretically in court, us being the court. That we would say, these are the principles by which we go through the analysis, and it's as clear as can be, and the landowner knows what to expect when he or she submits a proposal to us. That's all this is, and the analysis is essentially the same, and the conclusions that we arrived at are essentially the same as the Helmer document. That's all I have to say.
I think you made up a lot of assumptions about our analysis of the Steens Act. And so this is why when you had first sent out the email asking for people to agree to be on the subcommittee, my response was, I would like us to have a conversation. Like, my understanding coming away from the last meeting was that you and Butch would read through all of the documents that exist from this past work that we've done so that we could have a conversation where you both knew the content of the document so that people like me and Terry, who's unfortunately not here, could talk about the process that we went through in drafting this document.
Well,
because
I understand, but the document stands on its own 4 legs. And so the only way, and I agree with you that we should have a conversation about it, but the only way to have a conversation about it is to do what we're doing today, in my opinion, because we could talk about all sorts of things in an open discussion and not really get there. So this is why we did what we did, is in order to have the discussion that we're having today, which was set forth in the letters that I sent out in transmittal of that document, and was what I said. I've had 2 prior letters, and I said, we need some help for some people to come, and nobody volunteered.
right, and there were a lot of people that said that they weren't certain this was a conversation or an edit that we needed to be making.
Well, I understand that, but some people also said that it was a conversation that we needed to have making. And we have one thing that we have right now that we didn't have when the Helmer document was created, was we have a quorum, and we have a whole lot of new people on here that have new eyes that might be looking at it, that might have a different opinion as to what it might be. And that's also something that when Congress passes a law, it does what it does with the information that it has at the particular time, and it's passed by Congress people who are there and make a vote. The Helmer I recognize you. I'll get to you.
I just want to interject one.
Wait a minute. That does not ever preclude Congress from revisiting an issue and saying, we've got a fresh look at it. Times have changed. We want to take another look at it and reviewing it and changing it. And one of the major changes is that we, for the first time since how long, we finally have a quorum. And the first document was never passed as an actual resolution, so far as I'm aware, by
We didn't have a quorum.
because you didn't have a quorum. Well, we do now, and we have a whole bunch of people on here who weren't there then. And so this is why this gets done.
And I just want to really quick interject some new information, because I think this is important discussion on the SMAC. New information would be that just this week, we received an IBLA decision on the 2017 appeal of High Desert Aspens on versus BLM on the decision not to authorize sheep trailing in the no livestock grazing area. And that decision addresses a lot of questions about reasonable access, reasonable use. The solicitors are digesting that, and they're going to issue some thoughts on that. So that is out there and that will be a subject of discussion at a future SMAC. And it may influence you guys.
Well, why don't you send that to me right away and I'll take a look at
Well, I
it.
don't have anything to send just yet.
Well, do you have the
I know
decision?
that the decision was, the decision to not authorize sheep trailing was remanded back to BLM for.
Okay, could you just send me that decision?
I'll let you know. I don't know if I can even.
Well,
We just got it, so.
It's not a secret, is it?
No, but it will come out. It'll come out.
Well, I don't care what the solicitor's opinion is. I
No, I
just want to see the document. I just want to see it.
So the other part of this for me is that this is a decision-making tool. You will know better than me because you're a lawyer, but like, we aren't making any decisions about what's actually reasonable use or what's actually reasonable access. We are saying in our opinion as this voting body, this is what we recommend to the BLM. So like, if somebody's gonna sue somebody, they're not suing us or sue.
Well, all I'm saying is this is the landowner is entitled to know what he's up against or up with when he brings it to SMAC. And even though we don't make the actual decision about it, we at least ought to do our best to make an intelligent and informed decision based upon what the act itself says. And that's all this is that it provides adequate notice to the landowner as to what our process is. And then we do our best within the parameters that we have here as to making the recommendation.
All right, I'm only gonna say one more thing because I don't need to hog up all the opinions about this, but the other part of it is that Steens Act also says no new roads in the wilderness. So that, and I'm just gonna, when we made our compromises to make this first document, a lot of the things that were removed were things that were highlighting like the outcomes that have the least impact. So like all of the things that you removed that had to do with like reducing the impact to the Steens, those were the compromises that were made for Terry and for me as the environmental-ish people on that subcommittee.
Right.
And so the reason that I personally was like, I don't want to be on this subcommittee until we have a conversation as a group and can vote on whether or not we think the 2020 document is valid.
Well, we have two
It's
different
because
points of view on this.
Right, so that's why I think a vote would have been helpful, but also the reason I was hesitant to be on the subcommittee is because at that last conversation, and it's happening a little bit right now, I did not feel like you and Butch were hearing me say that document, the things you are unhappy about in that document, many of them come from that compromise that has to be made because we are diverse interests.
Well, I respectfully disagree with you on that situation, and if I may be heard.
I'm sorry, but which part of that?
On the compromises. If the language says what it says in the Steens Act, and it is written in stone as to what it is, then I don't think that you can make a compromise as to what you think it might entail.
I can count a number of environmental groups on many hands that would sue if a road was approved in the wilderness. And they would use the Steens Act and their interpretation of the language. So
Well,
that's
I
why
agree
actually
with
has
you.
to
I
happen.
understand that. Anybody can sue over any reason that they want. What we tried to do is to eliminate the ambiguities in it, and other people can disagree with us. All that Butch and I tried to do was to eliminate the ambiguities by reading the language as it was there.
Yeah, and that's what we did too.
So let's go with Cliff and then me.
Just a couple thoughts to share. I appreciate everyone's input, and it's obvious this is kind of a contentious charged issue. And it's also obvious it's a very complex issue. There's a lot of legal nuance. I'd like to make a request that at the next SMAC meeting, Don, I appreciate that you made us aware that there's a legal decision recently and that's being analyzed by the BLM.
Yeah.
I would love to maybe have a presentation by the BLM, maybe by their legal counsel, about the interpretation of reasonable access. Because we can, think about this all day and try to interpret it and use common sense, use dictionary definitions. But really, lawyers and BLM, they're digging into the weeds on this issue. And I would love to hear their interpretation.
That was the whole
And
point.
I think to get that, I think it's a little pointless for us to dig into the weeds here because it's a very charged issue. And I think it would be great to explore this maybe at the next SMAC meeting, if possible.
So
Fine with me.
I think we probably, did anybody go through the 2020 document and the 2024 and compare the changes?
I did.
Yeah. And so maybe you could bring up something specific. This was taken out and this, if you want to continue this conversation. We also have to remember, you don't have to use this. You don't have to have this. You don't have to abide by this. You don't have to follow this. If that's not something you guys are ready to do as a group. And I think if we're going to look into it more and wordsmith it and so forth, that's probably going to be subcommittee work again. Maybe with a fuller subcommittee. But like if you do the subcommittee work where you guys met and such is fine, but it does have to come before the whole group. And if it's something you're gonna utilize.
That was the intent all along. And that's why Mike sent that information out, was in advance, people take a look at the two documents, okay? And then you have a discussion.
Which is what I'm hearing. There's lots.
But that was the
discussion.
intent at the very beginning.
Right.
That's number one. Number two, going back to what Cliff said and what I was saying at the beginning, somehow, some way, we need a legal determination on can that lithium mine be built? Okay?
We don't.
Somebody
You
has to
don't.
do it
Right.
for us so that we have done our job, that we passed it through an objective legal opinion on can that lithium or some other thing be done, okay? Because I don't believe that there's a definitive answer right there.
I don't think that the SMAC gets to make a recommendation on whether or not the county permits somebody building a lithium mine. That's the problem. We can weigh in on stuff that's on public land. We can weigh in on a road, an access road, but like, I don't think we actually get to weigh in on the county permitting a lithium mine.
Well, if we can't, and our job is to uphold the Steens Act, then maybe, just maybe the second view of this whole world here, what do we do to ensure in our power that we can somehow do something so that that won't happen? We're powerless.
I think the opposite. That's what I was gonna try to interject is, there's different levels of scope here. What I'm hearing you say is, let's look at private property development on the Steens and have some thoughts on how to guide that.
Well, no, who has final jurisdiction?
Okay, but this is a very specific document about access, and so there's this huge spread in scope of this. There's a few levels in this discussion that I'm sitting here listening to. I'm trying to decide what we're talking about actually, but so because anyway, I think at that biggest level, the approach shouldn't be a regulatory approach. Because the regulatory approach is going to be played out in court eventually anyway, no matter what we do.
Sure.
So our power is in finding solutions that are a different solution. And so you really look at what are the threats.
Right.
And you really look at where are the private land holdings. You kind of evaluate, okay, on this mountain, this is a fear. And then you work with that landowner or that potential threat to address the fear. And there's a lot of different ways to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think an attorney's interpretation, no offense, Mike, but they will zero in on micro details of that specific case. Even the latest case, and I haven't read it, but there's some things out of there that'll set a precedence, but in reality, there's going to be another case over access and another case over access, and these things will develop over time. I don't think it's wise use of our time to try to analyze all that. I think wise use of our time is to go big picture and say, hey, we really don't want to see a lodge in Ankle Creek. George, what's it going to take to keep you from developing it? And go about it in a very different way.
I agree with Steve.
That would be my feeling on.
Well,
So
wasn't
the
that the
different levels of
foundation of the
discussion,
act?
I'm okay with some detail in a document, but in our discussion, I want to understand what we're talking about, I guess.
And that's, I think, my interpretation, like, I think Karen, you responded in the original thread talking about the inholder wanting to have the larger conversation that Stacey, you were just talking about of that, like, who are the inholders? Where are they? what do we need to be worried about with them? So that had been Karen's proposal in that thread, and I think Cliff maybe responded, I could be throwing you under the bus there, sorry, to agree, and I think I also was like, I also think this is an important thing that we should be talking about, and so I do feel like there was a lot of, and maybe it's split, I have no idea, but I do think that there's a lot of interest in the SMAC in having that conversation about who are the enholders, what are the threats.
There have been some private property uses proposed in the last 25 years now. The process played out, meaning the county approval, the state approval, and then the access issue. Those things all came to head and they've played out. So we can look at case history actually on the Steens and see how they begin. From a lodge to a school to a wind power development, some other things.
Well, the good outcome is we're gonna look at stuff.
So you know, there's, I guess, different approaches here. Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I'm kind of just reinforcing what you were saying and what I sent out on my emails. I would like to move forward and try and eliminate future problems by, approaching landowners, what can we do? That type of thing. And I'd rather not argue over wording. To me, that feels like we're going backwards. I'd rather, let's see what our guidelines, see if they really work in a particular situation before we try to change things. Let's try to move forward and accomplish something.
The arguing over language may be necessary too. I mean, because at the end of the day, what BLM meant, we advise BLM makes a decision. In this topic, private property development, the only piece of that BLM really controls is access. Their decision is over access. So if you just trace back the authority, that's the authority line. But that's our involvement.
The difficult discussion around language too, is I think in the act connects access to use, and that's what draws us into the uncomfortable area of talking about use, which isn't in a place I even really want to go, but.
And I mean, I may be the only one here that can really share the history. When we wrote the act, there was a big part about private property development in it. And we created categories of development. And the law actually was going to say certain developments were not going to be allowed. But it was a federal law, and the federal government, when it got to the executive branch, when it got to Babbitt's office, Secretary Babbitt's office, they just took that whole chunk of money. Because federal law, I mean, the statement was federal law, we will never allow federal law to govern private property development in a state. It's not our place. It's the state and county level. So there was a whole bunch of history there, and it got replaced with incentives and reasonable use. That's a brief history.
This is real simple, and it goes back to what Stacy says. Steens Mountain Cooperative Management and Protection. That's us, cooperative management, not by written.
The conflict throughout the language was built in on purpose to some extent. The title itself has conflict. That title you just read, there's conflict, okay? And all laws have conflict written in. And what Congress does is when they can't come to agreement, they leave it a little bit ambiguous and the courts decide. It's not uncommon. So we're faced with it. But I think our role is to be creative. An agency's hands are fairly tied, and I'm not picking on you, I'm just saying it's your job to administer the law. To a large extent, that they're not charged with being creative. I think that's our opportunity.
Well, and that's what we've discussed. I won't weigh in on this too much because I think this is a SMAC issue. But we've talked about durable decisions and what does that mean? And that means being firmly on policy and regulation as firmly as we can tell. So that Stacy makes a good point, is that's what we are looking for, is where is that firm ground at? Where are we considering balancing all the different values and issues that are in the Steens Act, and where do we want to be when the legal challenges come? What's this the most sound place for the public resources in the agency to be?
Okay.
As a way forward, I think I appreciated hearing your input. I think it would be helpful to know, like, what are the true issues for in-holder access right now? How many in-holders are there? And what intentions do they have? Do they have any current problems? I mean, sometimes it is helpful to focus on kind of a theoretical extreme. For example, Butch, the lithium mine, but that's not an issue. I mean, no one's brought that up, right? It's that you spent the lithium mine, no one's mentioned that they want to build a lithium mine.
They could, but if they do.
They could. I mean, I think it's one of those things, we cross a bridge when we get to it.
No,
But I think the valuable thing, just for us to move forward.
I'd rather build the bridge as solid as I could before you had to cross it.
Well, I do appreciate like taking that theoretical approach, but I think in a practical manner, to move forward on this issue, we should try to find out, identify who are the inholders. We already know that. And what concerns do they have? What are their intentions in the future? And focus on that rather than focusing on kind of like, well, if this happened, how do we interpret it? I mean, we can cross a bridge when we get to it.
It's not we're rewriting the Constitution.
Well, it just makes this whole thing more contentious.
I'll also say mine was one of the examples we used when we wrote this document of
Okay.
like extreme and
Maybe let's bring it to reality today.
Yeah.
Okay. Certain people don't want sheep on the mountain because of the contamination potential to the bighorn sheep. Historically, sheep were on that mountain, lots of sheep. That mountain was just white man's first big economic activity on that mountain, sheep, thousands, hundreds of thousands even. So, yeah. Where's your sheep, man? BLM made a decision, they didn't want sheep on the mountain because of the potential risk. The landowner has the right to graze sheep on the mountain, and the judge just decided he can. Now, we're right back, this committee talked about it before, we're right back to a reality check of what can we do? And in reality, the opportunity now is that landowner can take sheep up, and it puts ODF&W in a really bad spot potentially. And so I don't think we need to think about hypotheticals. My point. A lithium mine's big and ugly. But to some people,
It's a little blown up.
to some people, sheep are big and ugly. And to other people, they're their heritage. And it's very real today. I mean, it's very real today. We probably won't see sheep this year, but we may next.
The sheep. The first I think I've heard of this lawsuit, so I'm like, I don't even know that I really understand
The
it.
decision was issued 2 days ago, so it's
But
brand.
the sheep issue is about trailing sheep through the no livestock grazing area. But will not, okay, but won't necessarily require like building an access road.
Correct.
Okay, I want to make sure that I'm like,
It's
I
a
understand
reasonable
we're actually
use.
separate
It's a
for.
reasonable use, it's a historic use, and the landowner now has the authority and right to do it.
But they don't have to build a road to do it.
Correct.
BLM is directed to
Was that,
issue a new decision.
Okay, interesting.
was the original? So does the original proposal include building a road and trailing sheep through the, okay. Mostly I feel like my brain is stuck on the road.
But it's still access across.
Yeah.
public
I
roads.
mostly just need to make sure I understood
Yeah.
what. Cause when we've talked about access, since I started coming to meetings, it almost has exclusively referred to like construction in wilderness areas, so I want to make sure we solidly understood what we were talking about.
Now, this is worse, it doesn't require construction at all, but it has another impact.
Yeah.
It's, some people have their big issue, a bulldozer is just the scariest thing in the world to some people. To other people, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
I heard a sheep's scariest thing in the world to some people, to others, it's no big deal. 1,000 wild horses is pretty nasty to some people, and to some people, it's not quite enough, so here we are.
It's true.
That ain't correct, and anything that happens up there could be disastrous, period. But perfectly, it's my personal opinion, I feel as an outsider, the only way you're ever gonna guarantee that the Steens Mountain stays exactly the way it is if you buy out every inholder. Otherwise, they have the right to do whatever they want on their private land. It's not your business, my business, or the government's business.
And some of us would say the government will screw it up, so you're dead wrong.
Well, we could make a national monument out of it.
Stacy, I didn't say give it to the BLM, I said buy out the land.
Yeah, give it to BLM, let them sort.
I know, I'm trying to buy all the BLM land I can.
We don't-
He won't sell it to me. God, yeah.
The American public owns it, not us.
I know what.
So going back to this document and maybe some of your things you identified for your strategic initiatives. What do you want to do with this idea? Not comparing one document to the other at this point, but do you want to keep pursuing developing something like this? The whole purpose of this originally was to get everybody on the same page for how we are going to collectively think about access issues and making recommendations to the agency. So these were just guidelines for your thoughts when someone comes in and says, I need to access my property for whatever reason, and I have to cross public land to do it.
I think we need to table it and think about it for 3 months.
Or need more.
So you could consider it as another initiative that you want to tackle at some point, which will require lots of discussion about wordsmithing and what means what and who interprets what as how. You could send your energy towards a different SMAC initiative, which are some of the things you identified, talking about in holders and edge holders and what the issues are there, which you will notice in the SMAC shared Google Drive, there is a lot of history about the work that's been done on that before. So that's something you could look at, try to pick up and move forward some more as an initiative. You could also start a new initiative, which has been talked about a lot with the conflicting language in the Steens Act, and see if that's something that you guys want to work on and put forward a means to having that addressed or clarified. But you guys need to talk about kind of which direction you want to go. Go ahead.
Have we, as the SMAC, have we ever reached out to the end holders and
Yes.
asked for feedback and input from them?
Yeah, and there's a lot of that information on the Google Drive. And just kind of steps and timelines and who's been contacted and where those stand. So there has been some work on those, and some of the end holders or edge holders, there's not an opportunity to work with them at this point for various reasons. So there's lots of things that you guys can look at in there and get caught up to where we are.
I think a commitment to at least work towards some kind of resolution is positive, however we do it, okay? And the thought of people having a homework assignment, maybe to start, to decide, look at the 2 documents and then have that discussion, and maybe at the end of the day, the current document, everybody feels is fine, that's great, okay? But at least take the time to do that exercise.
Do you mean a resolution to the overall discussion about like what type of in-holder conversation we want to be having, or for our decision support tool?
I think he's talking about these, right?
Yeah.
So between now and the next meeting, everybody needs to look at these, be prepared to talk about, how do you interpret this? How would you expect to use it? What does it mean to you? What problems do you have with it? And every single person needs to be able to do that.
And highlighted the changes so people see what those changes were. So that they can say, the original document's fine, whatever. I think knowing what those changes are would be helpful.
I'm glad to look at this document, like he suggested, but I feel like I'm missing information. I'm missing context. And something like a briefing or presentation by the BLM and their legal experts would really help me make an informed choice or decision and better interpret this.
That of course.
I think it will incremental, I mean, maybe a little, it will shed a little bit of light on interpretation of it, but it's not gonna answer all of the questions.
Sure, but it gives us more information, more context to make our own decision about, in my opinion.
So I would also say that I don't think that we're gonna get a lot of information from them because they're gonna be very reluctant to say much.
Yeah.
Because this is the use interpretation that we came up with, has no definition at this point. It's only in the Steens Act. Some of us feel that the Steens Act supersedes the Wilderness Act because it was done after Congress. So that means to some of us that reasonable use, reasonable access means something completely different than what it means in the Wilderness Act. So BLM attorneys aren't gonna say much.
And Stacy did mention before case law though. And in legal terms, precedent, in looking at legal precedent, there's a lot to be interpreted. And a lot to be learned.
And I want to point out that both of these documents take the position that Callie just mentioned, which is that the Steens Act takes precedence later in time. And I think that that was pretty much something that you, in the drafting of the act, Stacy, were pretty much aware of as well, right? And that was the intention of the thing.
And that micro piece has been confirmed by a judge.
Right.
That reasonable, that the language of the Steens Act, which is different than the Wilderness Act, the Steens Act trumps the Wilderness Act on those about 5 words.
Yeah.
That's been confirmed by a judge. So I mean, it'll help, Cliff, but I think we need to continue to work at finishing this document. Because it'll continue to focus on some detail while we deal with big picture at the same time. That's my feeling on it.
I'm going to ask a question and I realize it's gonna sound whatever, maybe confrontational, but one of the things that happens in these conversations a lot is that I feel like nobody wants to actually have to listen to environmental representatives that are at the table. The issue I have is that this first document, which we've never voted on or discussed as written, is a good representation of that compromise of diverse perspectives on how the SMAC, and considering those diverse perspectives, could make reach a decision for making recommendations to the BLM. So I think one of the issues I'm having in talking about even comparing these two documents is we've never even voted as a quorum on the first document, and everybody's already saying there's problems with it. The things that have been dropped from it are things that mention preserving wilderness characteristics, taking the minimum action. Again, that is the environmental perspective. I want in the document that we would recommend the thing with the minimal action. I want in the document that we would be working towards things that preserve wilderness characteristics. And I'm not interested in coming to another meeting where when I say those things, people are essentially like, well, private landowners have all the rights and it doesn't matter what you say, because that's not the purpose of cooperation. The purpose of cooperation is understanding that if I had my way, private landowners wouldn't be able to do whatever they want on their property if I had my way. It is a compromise to say, I'm not going to fight you on what is reasonable use. You're right. If the county says somebody can put a house on their inholding, we don't have a right to say that they don't have that right, even though I want to tell them no. But that doesn't mean they have to get a paved driveway through wilderness to their house. So like,
Teresa, my understanding of the process is that a subcommittee, starting with one I was on a long time ago, started this. There's never been a quorum to approve it.
yeah, and then we.
So it's
this
now,
draft is what we
it's
wrote.
now coming to a full quorum to vote. A couple of people on the committee say, I can't approve this one. They made some edits. You're saying I can't approve this one. Some of this has got to come back in. I think we're just in the middle of the process. And we've just got to continue on it. And I realize
But I also think.
I spent 18 years
people
on here and we're still talking about some of the same issues we
Yeah.
did.
Totally, which is
23
why
years
we
ago, so.
drafted this document, but I also think because we never voted on the first document,
Sure.
to then say we have to consider the second document. I mean, maybe it wasn't a quorum that wanted a new document. We don't know. We didn't vote on it.
Well,
It's in progress.
So yeah, I think it's just in progress. We're gonna have a 4th document and maybe we'll get it approved.
So do you guys all?
Because this is actually the 6th or 7th document.
Do you guys all find value in having something like this to follow? To help, guide your thinking?
That's all.
That's a start.
It's a start.
But I guess, how would this be used? If we finish it, how will it be used? Here's how I think it'll be used. BLM will look at it as they consider decisions that include access. And a judge will look at it when it goes to court. And the judge will say, you know what, there's an advisory committee that's broad-based and they came to a conclusion. And they'll look at it. He may not use it, he may use it, he or she,
I've
but
been
they will
under
look at it.
I've been under the assumption from when we drafted this, that we are using this document to make our recommendations to BLM. This isn't, a judge isn't looking at this. We're saying
All the above.
private landowner wants to do X thing that would require a road and wilderness, and then we're using this so that we don't have to have arguments about whatever.
Yeah, and I think what Stacey's saying is it can be all those things,
Yeah.
you know, all those ways of use for it.
And also, just because the environmental community or whatever, the environmental representatives say we're not being listened to, doesn't mean if we come to a contrary decision that you're not being listened to. It means that the majority of people listened to you and considered your position and said, we think that this is a different way to go.
The majority did not decide this document needed to exist because we didn't vote on it. Like,
Well, that's right.
and I keep
Nobody
reiterating
decided
that.
that.
We did not vote on it. You cannot say the majority felt like it needed to be rewritten. The 2020, this current version, the edits you made to the 2020 document, we didn't vote on the 2020 document.
Right.
So the majority didn't say it needed to, the previous version was.
There's no opinion as to whether or not there's no opinion with regard to it.
So we're just not at a point where we have an actual baseline. We're in the middle of the
We're in the
process.
middle of the discussion.
You're just tweaking the original document, that's all.
Are we going to tweak it in a way where people will allow the environmental representatives to talk and are also going to be willing to compromise? Are we going to tweak it in a way where everybody talks over us and then is not willing to compromise? Because that's the issue. As a subcommittee, which I realized we didn't have a quorum at the time, we decided it was important to compromise. And again, as a collaborative entity, compromise is pretty important. So we should not just be told because nobody else agrees with us, they don't have to take into consideration the environmental perspective, because that's not the purpose of a collaborative effort.
I don't think they were making a definitive judgment. They were just bringing forth some suggested changes. We asked people to look at the two documents and give us feedback.
I mean, the email said we were gonna vote on it, the new document, just.
So I think I think everybody is on the same page that you want to continue working on this.
Yes.
And we're all on the same page that we didn't really have a baseline to start from, and we're kind of working on two things at the same time. Somebody, I can't remember, it might have been Cliff, suggested between the next two meetings that you look closely at both of these as individuals and as your constituents representative, and see what things you can get behind, what things you don't like, and so forth. And that can be, we could either do subcommittee work between now and then, or we could bring it all and have a very, very long discussion as a full group that we will allocate all the time.
And what's your preference?
You know, I like subcommittees.
I'll just lay my head.
I think it's possible that we would still have this long conversation,
That's
even
very
if a
true.
subcommittee, like if I was like, yeah, I wanna suffer through that long, painful conversation again, we would then just have the exact same conversation as a larger group. Like, I would rather not have it twice.
Another thing I would add too, just for you guys to think about, is why you guys are wrestling with this thing, and I know it sounds difficult. I mean, there's gonna continue to be IBLA decisions, results of litigation, BLM will make new decisions. So those things will be kind of shaping where it's at too, so. Yeah.
So if this isn't something that's time pressing, you know, you don't have to have this in order in your brains to be able to function and do well at your next upcoming meetings. If we want to completely table this as a group, and at our next meeting, here's some information from the BLM, the legal perspective, what information we can share on the recent ruling, all those things, then maybe pick this back up to help, you know, encompass your way of thinking for the future on these. We can also do that.
I don't think it should be a high priority, but we need to touch on it on a regular basis.
Okay.
I'd appreciate more input,
Okay,
more knowledge.
sure.
But I can't promise that it will be a solicitor presentation, it may be just one of us discussing
Okay.
the points.
That's all.
Well, not, yeah, because it would be helpful to know the background of the case, maybe, or like,
Yeah.
I think that,
So we'll
that
make that part of it.
it would be helpful, even if we don't have a schedule.
And I could probably understand your language better than you.
And I appreciate the Godfather's input on what the original thought of all of this was.
I would say if we came back with a what if scenario, if someone came to us and said, I want to do this. And we all looked at the existing document, this, we're still not.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna happen. I think back to Stacy's point that just what the individual wants is asking for on a case by case basis, it's easier, it's not easier.
Yeah.
Is more reasonable.
And there is ambiguity in there, I think, too, like Stacy pointed out, these things are written ambiguous in parts because there isn't complete, full agreement on how this would be done around. So.
I mean, federal legislation put together in about a 4-month period of time is gonna have a little bit of. It might have all the fuels. But that's what happened.
So I think right now we are just gonna casually table this. I think I would encourage you to look at it a lot between now and the next meeting. Not that it's something we're gonna be having this long discussion about at the next meeting, but just to really, I think it's gonna take a lot of time to get your brains around what the purpose of this is and if you're really gonna find it useful or effective for you. And then at the next meeting, we'll try to give you some more information on the legal perspective and access and the history of the sheep case and all the things to catch up from the new members and past knowledge that's been going on for a long time.
Sounds good.
You guys feel okay with that for this particular document?
One different.
Yep.
I would just say that Teresa, I think you would be listened to, the environmental community, the environment, because I think bottom line is we all want the same thing. We have different routes.
Yeah, mostly I want you all to know that when I say I was not being heard, I am telling you I felt like I was not being heard and I was being talked over. So when you tell me you don't think that people will not listen to me, you're telling me that that didn't happen, but it did happen at the last meeting where I was talked over and not listened to. So like, I'm glad to hear people saying they want to hear my perspective and the environmental community's perspective. Also, when I say I'm not interested in a conversation where I'm just going to be talked over again, it's because that happened at the last meeting.
My position is that a collaborative group, the power comes from everybody agreeing.
Yeah.
If you don't get there, if you end up outvoting, you have a 9-12 vote, it's marginally meaningful decision in reality. That you now one holdout, sometimes one person can be unreasonable and you sometimes have to move beyond one, but you've got to have a good representation of the different interests.
What's that comment about democracy? It's ugly, but it's the best thing going.
And
So the next item on our agenda is our public comment period. And we have to be very punctual about that. So it is scheduled to start at 1:30,
They weren't listening to us.
which gives you a little bit of time to regroup and use the bathroom and get some snacks and all the things. So make sure you're back here in your seats by about 1:28.
Quick question about.
Recording stopped.
All right, we are back.
Recording in progress.
We are back for our official public comment period. And this one's there. Okay, so we'll open it up to the people in the room first, and then we'll go through those of you on the Zoom. So for right now, I'll just call on you, Mark. You want to come up first? Do you want?
Okay, you want me to come up or have all these people have to uncomfortably turn around?
Yeah, you can
All right.
just spin your chair up here if you want to.
No, the chair was ready to do that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So
The chair is an accommodating chair.
You're
Introduce
easier
yourself
target in the middle.
One more time.
I beg your pardon?
Introduce yourself one more time.
Oh, okay, thank you, everyone. And my name is Mark Salvo. I'm with the Oregon Natural Desert Association. The last Steens Mountain Advisory Committee meeting I was able to attend in person was the one that, for which I had only been on the job over. And so I'm finally catching up to some of the important conversations you have. And so thanks for the opportunity to offer a few thoughts here and to reintroduce myself and again, Oregon Natural Desert Association to the important work that you do. I'm holding my laptop because my notes are here. Oregon Natural Desert Association is based in Bend, Oregon. We also have offices in Portland. We have 25,000 members and supporters, the vast majority of them here in Oregon, all of them high desert lovers, people who enjoy recreating, conserving, and valuing this landscape, and including Steens Mountain. In fact, Oregon Natural Desert Association was part of the establishment of the Steens Mountain Cooperative Management Protection Act. Bill Marlatt sat at the same table with Stacy Davies all those years ago to help formulate a strategic piece of legislation to help manage this place. But I think, as also Stacy admitted, if there's any vagueness in the bill, he is to be blamed because he was. and you know, I might make a motion, Mr. Fox, if that would be allowed later.
Sure, I'm easy.
Thank you. This is a really special landscape. We're very grateful for what the Steens Mountain Advisory Committee does, your stewardship of the mountain and the establishing act, and for that matter, trying to understand what that piece of law says. ONDA has helped to develop a huge amount of information on the Steens Mountain landscape, wilderness quality lands, road networks, biological information, all of these information, usually compiled with very lengthy reports, but detailed, comprehensive reports are always available to the public. And I will make an effort actually to send some of those to the committee administrator, or just so that you know that those data are available to you if ever they might be used to you. We participate in all the different planning processes that the Bureau of Administration offers on Steens Mountain for both resource management, but also recreation. And we really appreciate the different conversations today of what the Bureau is trying to do to help manage recreation on Steens Mountain and the surrounding landscape. We appreciate the challenging questions that you guys are taking on as a SMAC on behalf of Steens Mountain and the different constituencies you represent. In fact, the conversation about reasonable access to in holdings reminds me, we're involved in the exact same conversation / negotiation / debate over landfill siting of all things in Deschutes County, where a landfill, the chosen site, is going to be behind a piece of BLM land. And the question is, does the BLM, should it, could it, how does it provide access to a landfill on private land, but behind a BLM strip, right? And so it's a really interesting sort of analog to some of what you're discussing here. That said, Teresa, in our view, Oregon Natural Desert Association's view, has expressed some really important points about the need for the document you're working on to carry forward the values and express sort of the environmental need, the conservation interest in conserving Steens Mountain. Because what you write down, even as your own sort of shared understanding of what reasonable access is, will be important to informing Bureau decision-making. Yes, the Bureau of Land Management makes the final decision, but I think that your advisory role to them is very important to their understanding and their policy decision-making. down the road, notwithstanding until we all see this new IBLA opinion that Dawn shared with us today. So we are, Oregon Natural Desert Association, one of those cursed litigators. And we do tend to win a lot. However, we are finding that we don't have to litigate near as much, that the road is smoothing out, reasonable access, smoothing out. When it comes to managing this really important landscape in the Andrews field office. We find ways to work with the Bureau of Land Management and all the different land users and other stakeholders on this landscape. But for that matter, I did want to make ONDA available to you, not only the resources that we've developed, but our continuing engagement on this landscape. We're always available to share our perspectives, to share information, to explain ourselves, if that's what you might benefit from, and otherwise support the important conversations that this advisory committee is part of. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. Do you guys have any questions for Mark?
Oh, yes, sir.
Get back up.
Yeah, I appreciate your input, Mark. Since you've had experience with reasonable access and litigation.
For a land bill.
Potentially would ought to be available to give us their input for a small presentation to the SMAC about your interpretation or your input or your values.
So give me a little time, because as Stacy Davies can also appreciate, I got to go back 2 executive directors and back to a senior attorney who's been with us since day one to put together that kind of presentation. Because even within Oregon Natural Desert Association, just as you are here, you're kind of pulling your hair out, trying to understand what reasonable access is in the context of a larger CMPA protected area. And you know, is reasonable access established at the time that the area was designated? Perhaps, maybe, but does reasonable access then also need to be gauged by what that private landowner is hoping to do with those lands? You know, what is reasonable access for the land use that is otherwise proposed? I happen to believe that Stacy also has a really good notion here, which is talk to people, try to understand what it is that they're hoping to do with their private lands. And maybe there's some ways to resolve in favor of Steens Mountain, but also their own private interest on those landscapes, separately and beyond what the law or policy might otherwise provide. But yes, of course, Oregon Natural Desert Association would be pleased to share our own thoughts on this, as we've, just like this advisory committee, have probably put together a dozen memos on it as we're trying to educate ourselves on this important question.
Great, thank you.
For that. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Rand?
Don't have much to say, but thanks for your continued work on this. And so I was just looking online, and that decision that Dawn noted is available online so if you just like Google IBLA decisions and then you go to their decision page and then put like the 2024 decisions.
You want to just send me that link?
Number 1. Yeah, I could send, I'm happy to send the case too, just the decision. So like that decision and the Ankle Creek decision are probably the most relevant decisions to date on access on the Steens Mountain and interpretation under the Steens Act. I would urge you to read them and come up with your own conclusions rather than conclusions made by other people. Thank you.
Thanks, Rand. Do you guys have any questions for Rand?
What's this decision called?
High Desert Aspens.
Yeah.
BLM, right?
High Desert Aspens LLC and Central Oregon Land LLC. I mean, the IBLA decisions. Yeah, it's IBLA 2017-0212. I don't know if that's gonna help unless you.
2017-0012.
Yep, 0212.
So Rand, if you
I'll
just send it to me and I'll send it out.
Is the Ankle Creek decision the struggle?
Yes. Yeah.
We cited, okay, I just needed to make sure. I was like, if there's a third one, I don't know that one.
Us too.
All right, let me shift over to our Zoom participants. Okay, so for those of you on the Zoom, you don't need to turn your camera on unless you would like to. I will be the only one looking at you. I would love to. And I'm just gonna go down the list of participants as they are presented on my computer, so no particular order. It looks like Bill Marlette, you are first.
Great, thanks, Tara. Thanks to the SMAC, interesting discussion today. Can't add anything more than what Mark said, that was good. And look forward to future discussions, no further comment. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bill. Lorna, you're next on the list.
Hi, I will also refrain from commenting, but I enjoyed listening to the whole conversation and I'm going to read up. So next meeting, I may have something to say, but lovely to see you all. Wish I was there. Good job, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Janelle.
I have no more comments or anything. It was very interesting to listen. Thank you.
Mr. Phil Olson, do you want to comment today? All right, how about you, Tanea?
Hi, can you hear me? Sometimes my mic will mess up on me.
We can hear you.
Okay, well, I just spent a few days over there this week, exploring the Steens Mountains, and I had a great time. So beautiful over there. At the beginning of the meeting, someone asked what the public perception of wild horses was, if I heard correctly. Well, the latest poll I have seen showed about 87% of Americans want the horses to remain free on public lands and protected. I know locally, the wild horses in Eastern Oregon are a big reason many people visit the area in the first place. And for people who didn't know the wild horses are there, they are so excited and surprised when they see them, and that is often the highlight of their trip. And people are pretty upset when they hear about the roundups and that many herds are being zeroed out. I engage with the public often at various conferences and events, so I can tell you from personal experience that people really love the horses and they want them to be around in the future. And also, I look forward to meeting the new wild horse rep. I'm hoping he'll be reaching out to us, the local advocacy groups, pretty soon, so we can begin to collaborate on the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanea.
Tanea, this is Stacy. I was curious, what herds have been zeroed out?
I'm pretty sure the oh, what is it? Well, I know on Palomino Buttes, there's very, very few horses there. Maybe one or, very, very few. I've been over there. Lots of people have been there and they haven't seen any.
So today our census shows there's over 100 animals still on the HMA.
Well, I have observers that say differently.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any questions for Tanea? Other questions, I should say. Okay, thank you, Tanea.
Thank you.
We're gonna go back to Phil. He was on mute there for a second. Whenever you're ready, Phil.
There you go. There are too many buttons here, and airplanes with lots of buttons, I missed this one. Thanks very much for the opportunity. I enjoyed the presentation. While I don't live permanently in the north end, close to the Penland parcel that has been in discussion, I am probably the closest home to that area there, and I've seen the activities there, which is almost nothing. And I don't recall seeing any, even though it's advertised as a horse area. The only time I see really any activity is all of one or two vehicles in deer hunting season and sheep, but it's really hardly used. Another thing About the access to it, there was comment about the road that would need to be built. The road that goes from the East Steens Road up is impassable, virtually impassable. Many times with the county would have to be convinced to put some kind of a road base in on that Penland Road, and I'm sure that's a consideration or somebody thought about it. I do have a question. I had to step out when there was a motion made, seconded, and passed unanimously. And would it be possible now just to quickly read that motion? That passed at about 11:45, just while you started your temporary lunch there. That might.
Yep. Just give me 1 second while I find that. Just 1 second. Oh, okay, so it looks like the recommendation was for BLM to prioritize resources for equestrian camping development on the north side of Steens Mountain, primarily at the proposed Moon Hill site, and develop it in steps or stages adaptively.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. And in that location up there, looking at the Penland site, it looks like the interest is moving up to the north part, and that. I think that makes more sense just from one use area I've seen there, and I drive by 3 Mile a lot there, and all I see there is people start having a beer and building fires when it's cold. That's all I see there. So, and that not all that much, but it does happen there too. So, it is the number of small parcels. It's a little unusual. If that were developed as a camping site area, there are potentially 4 or 5 homes that people are going to be staring right into the backyard of that camp area up there, which is a little bit non-standard from my observation of where developed campgrounds, whether it's BLM, Forest Service, it'd be a little bit unusual to see that. I know there are 3 buildings there now, but you see the parcel size. So, and I see lots of I fly the mountain an awful lot, and there's horses everywhere up there, just as an input. So. I'm out. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate you getting on.
Sure.
And Val, it looks like you're next on the list.
I have a question about that, and this is because I talked to a lot of birders who also want us to tell them where to go to see birds, but is there a risk saying this is the spot you're most likely to see horses if people don't see them there of them being more concerned about the horses. Yeah, thank you.
Val, this is Stacy. I'm curious, do horse viewers have a site or any kind of technology they use to communicate or something? What I'm getting at is maybe the users, those that are viewing could do this themselves and have a online site where they list what they see. And that way, from day to day, it's updated and it changes. And as those horses move from the north end of an AM or HMA to the south end or vice versa, then it's real time and it's not the agency doing it, it's the users, the viewers. Is there any kind of communication amongst the horse groups? Even the maps, because if BLM would have developed a map 3 years ago for Palomino Buttes, they would have said that the horses are going to be along the Moon Hill Road. Yeah. And now 3 years later, they're not there. And so how do you keep it updated? Maybe that's the question. Is there any online area where the horse viewers go? Is there a website? Do the organizations have a space? What opportunities are there to use technology? Thank you.
And I'm sorry, this person's name.
Val.
Val, this is Cliff. Was just gonna mention that off the cuff, I think maybe something might help. Technology wise, and it wouldn't be too difficult to learn, is maybe using Google Maps or Google Earth to pin locations, and then having something like a Facebook group to share information. That'd be a pretty easy way to kind of share where you've spotted horses. And it's very easy to drop a pin in Google Maps, for example, and share it with other people.
And Discord has worked very well for the Oregon Birding Association. You could start a Discord community for horse viewers that people could join super easily and be able to report their sightings in the moment, the way that birders do.
Discord.
Discord,
It's an
the
app.
gamers app, which is a weird thing to be using to talk about birds, but that's the move Oregon Birding Association made, so that people could like real time and tell people where to go see things.
It also has capability for voice, so you can talk.
Oh, yeah,
to
I forgot about
people.
that.
It's not just text.
It's the new Facebook.
It's real fancy. Took a lot to learn. It's not that hard of an app, but for whatever reason, it took a lot to learn.
Thanks for that, Cliff. Val, did you have anything else? All right, so you guys have the opportunity as yourselves to talk. This wouldn't be necessarily speaking on behalf of your constituents, but if you have anything that you want to say, just because you are who you are, this is your opportunity to do that. Okay, that's usually a pass. Karen.
Yeah, I actually have some information from my constituents.
Okay, we're gonna get to that.
Oh,
The
we're doing-
constituents part, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is just for you.
Oh, okay.
All right.
If I can, back, Janae and Val, when you're out there, don't hesitate to stop and ask the locals. They may know as well as anyone. My reason for pushing back on the BLM being overly involved is BLM doesn't have a wild horse and burro specialist in the moment. They're 50% staffed in range. They're 70% staffed overall. They just have some capability, some capacity issues they're fighting through. And so I think the need is there, but is there a way that the users can contribute, the viewers can contribute and actually be a fun part of their experience and save the BLM the burden? That's where I was coming from, is realistically getting it done.
Tara, I have a question. So, this is gonna make you really happy to hear. All of the history of all the work SMAC has done on in-holder stuff, like, John's work with, whoever, Strumpel.
Oh, for the holders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that is all in our
Google group.
drive,
Yep.
Google group. Is that something we access from our emails, or is that something that we access from the website? Cause I can't remember.
You have the link from an email I sent you, and I actually think it might be on the website too, but I'll look.
Okay.
But if you guys need the link again, I can always send that out.
I mostly didn't want to dig through my emails if it's possible.
I
you
get
haven't
that.
emailed it
I
out.
could send it again.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
help a lot.
Okay. Then you've got to bookmark it.
I was gonna say that'll bookmark it.
Yeah.
I'll use it again.
It might be wise to have a 10-20 minute tutorial on.
But yeah, that would help me a lot.
That's a good idea.
Less, okay.
Yes.
We'll have to find somebody.
Write that down. Yeah. I
Maybe like
really,
you.
I really struggle with Google Notes, and I've even had a red flagged as malicious content. And it's just like, I need help.
Derek, I do my constituent.
Yep, Pete's got to go. He's gonna give us this constituent update really quick.
So for the running camp, for those who don't know, this is the 50th year, so it's a big celebration for us. Registration opens every year on January 1st. First week was filled January 2nd.
Ooh.
So, and it's over, and there's a waiting list again, so both weeks are full.
Oh.
And it takes off 14th July. So. Yeah, everything's good to go up there, or will be good to go. And I gotta go. So,
How many other permittees are on the mountain now? Rec permits, recreational permits.
Kyle.
It fluctuates year to year. I would say anywhere from 15 to 20
Is there?
per year, but it's a lot of like small hunting operations with 1 or 2 trips, one-off, 1-2 day events. So I wouldn't say it's a heavy use at all.
Thanks. All right, so we are gonna wrap up public comment period. Thanks everyone for participating. I want to give Jeff a minute to introduce the elusive Thomas
So I called
Robinson.
Tom this morning. Okay, I found him. So this is Tom Robinson. He's our new LEO. So he will be out and about. And if you see him, it's not a bad thing.
Okay, tell everybody in here, I spend more time out there, reserve Mondays for my office days, but I'll be outside as much as I can. Last year I tried to hit the loop as much as I could to get familiar with it. Still got a lot of familiarization I need to do. And by all means, anyone that contacts me, I express, please, tell me what's going on. More eyes are better than just mine.
Can you just give a little bit about yourself?
Oh, sorry. Former deputy sheriff out of Lake County. I was there for almost 4 years, range master, senior night shift deputy. I went to flight school over in Bend. Prior to that, did 5 years in the Marines infantry. And found myself here. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon either.
So when Tom was in the Marines, he had the opportunity to be at Camp David, get on the detail at Camp David. So I don't know if he was standing at the bottom of the helicopter or not, but he was in close proximity.
No, fortunately, the first family preferred us to be in the tree line, so. All right.
And he has some really great dogs.
Oh, pork, yeah. Maybe
Or
I'll
great.
German shepherds in the future, let me know.
So Tom likes to ride. Tom,
Respect.
and likes dogs and Tom likes to get on the back.
Yep, and I am looking at adopting a similar mounted program that the Salmon Creek Field Office Ranger does. She has a Mustang Bay Rescue, and then OLS covers all the Wtach. So down the road, that's what I'd like to do. Is one of the things say is help back the coast.
Well, you need a range rider to fix fences too, don't you?
That's a different set of skills. There has those, but he's more knowledgeable. All right, so I'm glad he came in. He can sit down and for what's left if you want.
Just to clear up any confusion here, he's still a Marine.
Yes, I'm sorry. Well, there's a Marine too, but so I forgot to mention.
Tom, did you move to Burns? You looking up?
I'm still looking.
Okay,
There's a house on, I believe it's on Requena Lane that I'm interested in.
it's your plan though. I mean,
Yes, yeah, I do want to move here. That commute's getting a little bit much.
To Lakeview, that's where you live now.
It's Silver Lake right now, so
Oh.
about 75 miles to the jurisdictional line.
You said you did
Yeah,
flight school,
I did, leading it,
like flying airplanes.
helicopter.
Okay. So are you rated down? Do you fly some?
I am, yep, I have FAR, commercial, I can do external load.
For work?
Yeah,
Or for
I just need to do a flight review, it's way overdue, but.
Cool.
Just to point out, Bjorn, there's no plans to have a aerial.
Program.
We'll start with horses.
Thanks, Tom. You want to do that now?
Let's do our round robin here and
Okay.
start with Stacy.
Okay, so you guys saw on the agenda, and we talked earlier about it, that the next part of our agenda was gonna be the conversation with Burns Paiute Tribe about the Aboriginal homelands and their connection to Steens Mountain. So we aren't able to do that today, so we are just gonna jump into mostly our closeout. And well, actually SMAC member round robin, just kidding. So we'll do that and then we'll close out. So when we do the round robin, this is the time for you to talk about things that are concerning you or your constituents, or maybe things that you and your constituents are doing. Anything that you want to bring forward to the group, this is a great time to share that. And if you don't have anything to share, you can always pass. And Stacy, welcome to the SMAC, and we'll let you go first.
I've probably said enough today. My constituents, they're thankful for the juniper work that's been done, for the Medusa head control that's been implemented. A lot of good things. Appreciative of the BLM for doing those things. As far as concerns, I don't have any.
Thank you. Cliff?
One of my favorite recreational activities on Steens has always been backpacking. And I try to do it all around the mountain, but one of my favorite places to go is Wild Horse Canyon, Wild Horse Lake. And a question that I just raised with Kyle today, and hopefully I'll be able to report back in the next meeting, is I've noticed that for years, camping at Little Wild Horse Lake is prohibited. And I'm curious why. Hopefully I'll find out and be able to report back at some other point or sometime in the future.
I just sent you.
Or right now.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
Okay.
And
Super.
it has to do with the ACEC and RNA designations and protection of the sensitive plant species as well as other research values.
Right.
But it's just within that small area.
All right,
So-
I'll read it and digest it and
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Further questions, feel free.
Thanks.
Do you guys want to know what ACEC and RNA mean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So ACEC is an area of critical environmental concern, and RNA is a research natural area. Very technical. Okay, Jake?
Well, I got an airplane from you, so I'm gonna pass, but it was an interesting meeting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Butch?
Yeah, this summer, I think I mentioned, before, I spent a lot of time just kind of hiking around, and it was really nice because, number one, all the people I ran into, the comments were so positive, okay? They were having such a good time. And number two, they had 1,000 questions. 900 of them I couldn't answer, but it was just really interesting because they really kind of embraced it and really wanted to learn more. And so I think in the future, maybe we keep that in mind, you know, maybe an opportunity to explain more historically about the Native Americans and stuff. It's just, I don't know how we do that, but I think it would help. Then the other thing is, after we had the presentation from Stacy and Greg Walden and everybody regarding the history of SMAC, that was phenomenal. And my thought would be that that's a homework assignment for every new SMAC member to listen to before they sit on a meeting, because it would give them a good historical background of what SMAC is all about and how it developed and whatever. So,
So you're talking to me, what else am I supposed to listen to?
We'll handle it.
Yeah, have dinner with Stacy, that'll do it.
You can probably just talk to Fred.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right, Fred's closer.
It's shorter wants to be there.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Tim, it's your turn. Tell us anything you want to tell us.
Well, I would just say thank you to BLM for what they do with the horses. And I realize their hands are tied a lot of times, but I appreciate the fact that it's a, you know, that they're working to take care of them the best you can.
Thanks. All right, Karen.
Okay, I already shared some of what Bill Marlette had asked me about dealing with Bridge Creek. But one other thing he did mention is that we probably need to start thinking about talking more about the travel management plan again. So that's something that probably needs to come up on our agenda at some point, and I'm sure it will be as it progresses. So, in another conversation, actually with Rose Garcia of the Mount Here Field Station, she has pointed out to me an access point on the east side near the Alvord Ranch, where BLM does touch and cross the road, and been talking to Dawn about that.
So I'm assuming this is Rose Garachi?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah,
Okay.
all right, okay, I got the wrong.
I've never seen that.
Yeah,
Different
yeah.
road.
Okay, I got it. Yes, but there is an access point there that is close to trails and would be easy to access onto trails. And just as an aside, from what I know from Rural Ranch and all the questions I get, really consider continuing to look for a place over there for a family style campground, to help ease stuff off the outboard a bit. And if we could get nice trail access, it'd be wonderful too. So, that's kind of my inputs at this point.
So Karen, just something maybe to think about in the future. Do you think the folks would use a campground if we built it over there? Because one of the experience they're looking for is to actually camp on the playa.
I know.
So that's the experience some people are looking for, not everybody, but some people. And if we built the campground, would it be used? And it might be something Kyle could work on.
Yeah, that would be a good question to work on. Definitely the trail access area that she talked about, that would be good.
Thanks, Jen. Holly? I don't have anything. Okay, Teresa? I don't remember how many meetings ago, but we talked about the possibility of the BLM being required to add conservation or something like that as one of their mandates for. Yeah, thank you. Public lands rule. I was like, I don't actually remember most of the details of this, but it popped into my head at some point in a conversation today. And I was like, oh, do we know what happened with that yet or where that's at?
So the public lands rule was adopted. We are waiting for step down guidance, which
Okay.
should be imminent to us. So before we jumped into it, to tell you what it means.
Yeah.
Is we were waiting for that information to come out. So
Okay.
when we get it, we'll make sure that's on the agenda.
That's helpful. Mostly I just, because I couldn't even remember what meeting we had talked about it at. I was like, I should ask for.
No, that's good. That's good to remind, put in the notes, make sure that gets in future meeting once we get that info.
And it'll likely be litigated and, it'll take a few years likely before it really rubber hits the road, but it's good to stay abreast of it. And the litigation, it all just depends on whether there's a stay granted or not. If there's no stay, then it'll get implemented right away, but my expectation is stay will be granted and it'll be put on hold for a while.
And oddly enough, part of that guidance is how to talk about
Perfect.
it. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Lee.
I'll cede my time to Mike.
Well, that was nice.
And you can do that?
Mike?
Well, Tom's gotta say something.
No, I don't give comment.
Well.
I just accept it.
Yeah, you know, good job. Well, Teresa can correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm hallucinating, but I believe there's a ferruginous hawk pair living in the squatty little body little tree that's just south of the Golden Rule Ranch on the west side of 205.
They haven't been nesting in that tree for like 30 years.
Well, I saw them on the way down yesterday and I wanted to make sure I wasn't hallucinating.
They have 3 or 4 chicks, I can't remember now, that are
good.
starting to fledge.
Good, cause I don't think they were there last year, were they?
They were, funny story, you probably couldn't see them as well because the tree broke and a local retired biologist essentially bolted the tree back together, put the nest back.
That's
So
why
the
I
nest
couldn't
was-
see him.
The nest was shaped different. so
Okay, that's why I couldn't see him last year. Thank you. It makes me feel better because there was a white blob in there that I saw and I thought, did I just see the hawk?
I'll tell you the
Anyhow,
whole story, 'cause it's-
all right, now this is my moment to shine. Actually, it's not my moment.
Your moment to shine.
Everybody, I sometimes have a kind of an abrupt personal persona. This is something. But actually, I'm an old softy at heart, and this is one of those old softy moments.
It should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be. So anyhow, I've got a couple of different hats in the community. In addition to being a French Glen resident, I'm the secretary of the French Glen RFPA. I'm on the Harney County Wildfire Collaborative, and this is an esteemed organization. And through all of that, I've had a lot of dealings with Jeff and his crew. Starting off with the establishment of the collaborative back in 2014, and the what we call the MOU wars in the rangeland fire business, in which we had a contentious relationship with the BLM fire people, and that is no longer there. We have a wonderful collaborative relationship and then we have his stewardship as the DFO, aka federal designated federal official of the SMAC that long predates me. And he's a terrific guy and he deserves some recognition. And so we're going to recognize him today. And I have an official certificate here. It says Steens Mountain Advisory Council, and I don't want to have any quarreling about the wording. Got that? But it says here, in appreciation of his many years of splendid leadership of the Bureau of Land Management, Burns District, and with gratitude for his thoughtful stewardship of the council, we are pleased to present to Jeff Rose an overnight stay for two with dinner and breakfast at the historic French Glen Hotel. It's very nice. And dated and signed by me. As the chair of the illustrious SMAC. And we really do thank you.
I'm mostly speechless. But, this is one of those, this is awesome. This is one of the best things I've gotten. My wife and I moved here in '88 with two little kids. Actually, my daughter was about 8 weeks old when we moved here. My middle daughter, my youngest daughter was was born here. And, I've learned a lot in that time, and I've had a lot of unique opportunities. And I know a lot of folks. I've met a lot of new folks through my job, and I do not feel old enough to retire.
You're not.
Yeah. I don't
agree.
I don't feel like that's not true. I think I would, if I had, when people say they wouldn't change anything they've done. There are 100 things I've changed because I've learned so much to get to this point. But I think what I learned, the basic thing I learned, which is I try to tell our folks here, and what I think about is to start with a yes answer. How do I get to yes? And there's a challenge in that. Is first of all, if you go with no is no, and it's over, and you don't have to work anymore. If you start with yeses, then you have to explore all the possibilities. And it drives people nuts because now you've opened the door and you have to talk about all the stuff and all the possibilities and how do you get there. And if it's something that's hard, it takes a long time, but it's worth it to get to that answer. And I hope you're tolerant enough with our folks who try to help and try to get to yes. The only downside is it's heartbreaking when you get to no in the end, and it does happen. But I think it's worth the battle and you get to meet all kinds of people. Mike is an interesting guy. Is when we started the Harney County Wildfire Collaborative, it started out different, and through sheer force of will, Mike got on the committee and made us change a lot of stuff. But I think that's one of the fun things about committee work and work with locals is you get to listen to them, you get to hear what they say. And through the collaborative work, I got into a lot of that work believing that if you guys knew what I knew, you'd agree with me. And what I've learned is it's not the power of groups like this and collaboratives. It's not what I know and telling you that. It's what you know telling me that. And I make better decisions that way. So think about that when you sit and listen to each other. And when you get to a decision, it's a much more powerful decision. And don't discount the power of this group. You guys have a lot more, you folks have a lot more power than you believe or know. And you have a lot more influence than you do on us, than it appears at times. So I say, keep going on. I thank you all for dedicating your time. I know it's time in your lives that you could be doing other things. And I think I appreciate it. The agency appreciates it, and I think the public does appreciate that work. So thank you guys very much. And then I may be around, I may not be around.
We'll be around. You're gonna come and collaborate with me.
I don't wanna keep you any longer than you have to be.
All right, thanks for doing that, Mike.
Yeah.
Great. So we are ready to close out. How fun to be done early. So we need to pick a meeting date, but we also need to decide if we're gonna do all business sessions. If there's something you wanna go back in the field to look at. We probably don't wanna try to do anything until September-ish, just because of fire season and gather season and things that happen around in the summer. We typically don't meet in the summer anyway for those reasons. So if you guys are good waiting until September, we can do that.
October would be better, September's full. I would say.
I'll be at Riddle.
You sure will. Unless we go after the 15th.
We'll do it in French Continent.
That's a long drive.
You
From my perspective, I don't know, I don't know that we need another field trip. I think we've seen what we really need to see, and if we can condense everything to one day rather than two. It would save the government money because you didn't have to pay for an extra night of hotel and
So some things that we have talked about for the next meeting agenda would be hearing some information from the BLM. Teresa had mentioned how fire and grazing use might work together. We also maybe want to carry over the Steens connection with Burns Paiute Tribe presentation if we can get those folks on the agenda.
If you can't get them, the tribe on the agenda, is there any way that, what's his name, Pat Brady? Is there any way that he could, at a minimum, do some sort of archaeological, whatever, discussion with us? Because I feel like having any of that information would be very helpful. Sure.
I think
I would be very happy to do that.
Thanks, Pat. Great. Awesome. We were just gonna give you work without you knowing, but that's pretty sneaky. Dang it. Okay, well, I will make sure to add that on there. We also spent a good amount of time wanting to get something legal from the agency, our legal opinion or views on access and maybe what the recent ruling was. So we can work towards finding the right people to share that information. So I'll make sure that's on there. We also talked about wanting to have some information about the particular uses in the East Steens area, what the pressures are, what the needs might be for visitor use. So that could be an agenda item. I'll give you a brief rundown on how to use the Google Drive. Although I think we are almost to reach our storage capacity, so we'll see how that goes.
If you make it a shared drive, they have, well, no, you might have to have it through an organization. Yeah, a shared drive through an organization is limitless.
Oh, I like that. So we also want to share information about the public lands rule probably at that time, because we should easily have it stepped down by then. We also want to make sure we keep travel management somewhere in the forefront and maybe on the agenda where that conversation is ready. And also, of course, continue following through and up with Bridge Creek. Do you guys have anything else that you want to add? I know we have the reasonable access for reasonable use document that we're tabling for right now. So, Cliff?
Whether it's this year or next, I personally would love a field trip out to the east side of the mountain.
Okay. Yeah.
To look at maybe places like
Sure.
And above the hot springs, BLM
I
areas
agree.
that potentially could be developed for recreational opportunities or campgrounds or equestrian use.
And that's always a good spring one too, because we don't have to worry about snow on the mountain. Karen?
And the weir at some point would be great to get out to. When we don't have to wait flood.
Or get carried away by mosquitoes.
Yeah, I don't want to get flooded. Yeah.
So,
And one note on meeting times, if we start early and end early, it's really tough on the people driving from quite a distance.
start early and end late.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, thanks for hearing what I meant.
Sometimes we'll do like an afternoon and a morning.
That would be
If
awesome.
we
That's
can program
perfect.
everything.
Or later start in the morning and an early quit in the next afternoon.
next one.
It makes it much easier for those of us traveling from some distance.
Yeah, for sure.
They're gonna spend the Wednesday night at the hotel.
Yeah,
So that would just be one night in the hotel.
we just want to keep you in Harney County longer. That's all. Okay, so that is a pretty good list of things to try to fit into the next agenda.
Yeah.
We'll probably have some other, DFL update program share type things also. We should have some wild horses gathered by that time, so there'll be plenty of things that we can talk about. Typically developing the agenda, based on this information, I'll kind of try to put some things together with a timeline. And then I send it out and Mike tells me yes or no, because he's the boss of all the things.
Oh, yeah.
And then of course you guys can weigh in and see what you think and like to, remember that I have to have that figured out 90 days ahead of time. So we'll have to be pretty timely on my part and your part in responding so that I can get that stuff sent beyond me. So let's look at our calendars, kind of see, and it sounds like maybe October is a better time for people. That feels really far away, but I don't hate it.
I do have a question with the travel management plan discussion. Could we just, and that maybe it doesn't need to be in your notes, because maybe everybody will already remember this, but I think for me at least, it would be helpful to know, like, what is the difference between the first one and the second one, and like, what are the things that.
Yes, that would definitely be part of the conversation.
Yeah, great.
All right, so traditionally we have met Thursdays and Fridays because it fits better with Callie's schedule still, right? And if that works for you guys, we can continue doing that. The Southeast Oregon RAC is meeting September 24th and 25th. So since we're going October, we won't conflict with them. If we want to stick to Thursdays and Fridays, I would maybe suggest, is there like a holiday in here somewhere? Maybe the 10th and 11th? 10th and 11th?
October.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do with your.
Well, I'll just drive all day, like, all night to get there.
All right.
What's your stretch?
Well, I'm just doing 14 days.
You'll be at
But when do you start?
First of October.
Oh.
So what dates were those?
The 10th and 11th.
Are you gonna be at French Glen in that?
Well, I'm hoping my house is fixed by then, yeah.
Well, I'll just drive to French Glen and you can drive the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
If I'm there, yeah.
Until the 10th, you'd start at noon or something.
Yeah,
In
or
Burke.
maybe like 10ish.
Here.
Yeah, we'll be here in Burns.
That would be the time to go see Beige Springs if we wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you can drive low.
Yeah, first freeze that happens, so mosquitoes need that.
Okay, well, let's shoot for those dates and we'll see where Terry's at, if he can make those also, and Eric, we'll see what's going on with the Burns Tribe. So as per usual, I'll get the minutes together and send those out along with my list of follow-up items, and then I'll put together your recommendation letter that will have what's in the minutes for your recommendation. I'll send that to Mike, he signs it, and then I put it in Jeff's office. So we'll get that handled. Also, anybody have anything else they want to add for today? Or yesterday, or any of the things? Let me look on Zoom. So just a reminder that you guys have your email address, which is steenscouncil@blm.gov. So that comes into my mailbox, and if I get anything that I can forward on or send to you guys, I do that. but we don't usually get very much mail to that address, but maybe if you guys put that out there when you're talking to your constituents, that'd be great. And you can use that email instead of your personal emails if you would prefer, so that you don't get your email clogged up with things that aren't necessarily personal. All right, anything else?
I go home now.
I'll allow it. Thank you guys for joining us on the Zoom.
Where do you want these back?
We'll see you
Get
next
safe.
time.
Recording stopped.